Welcome back, everyone. So tonight we're going to be doing something a little different. I know I promised some people after they discovered this, I'm going to give them a shout out here in a second. I promised them I'd give them a few weeks, give some time so that way they could go and if they want to come forward with the stuff, they totally should. They could. Their call, either way. I give some time, so I wanted to go and bring this to light. I was just recently informed of this. I don't know why I didn't look at this before. But the thing is, the negatives on photos they're pretty remarkable. They show us an invert, if you will, to what's really going on in an image. So you may not be seeing everything, right? Maybe there's going to be a color there that's just slightly distorted. There could be smears on the ground, right? I think we've all, like when we were kids, had that one friend or family member pick their nose a lot, smeared on the wall, right? Photo negatives can bring that stuff up too, right? They can bring all sorts of things. Not quite like a black light though, okay? Which is fine, because we don't need a black light for this scenario here, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to be inverting the image, right? So I'll show you guys how to do that. I'm going to go step by step. This is just the initial photos. You can see right now over in the little my little notepad I got on the screen, which is just WordPad, let's be honest, but you can see that I've got a few things bullet pointed. These are going to be the photos we're looking at. These are the direct photos that we got from the FOIAs. You can see these photos on the Graystage .wordpress.com, I believe is what it is, or .org, something like this. But at Greg's website, you can see them. You can go and see them through the Justice for David Crowley and Family. You can see these all over the place. Even if you're in another group, I'm sure they've got some of these photos lying around, right? I don't go through their stuff, so I don't care because they're wrong about a lot. So, besides the point. They're the other side of the argument, right? Is David guilty? They think he is. So it's their choice to believe that he's guilty, right? However, we've already been able to prove 100-fold he's not, right? And that's fine. But we're going to take a look at these photos. These are actual crime scene photos. We're not going to look at the bodies. As usual, I don't show those, okay? But we're going to be looking at the inverted images. Now, a lot of this, it's going to be new to me. I've already had the data told to me, what these photos show. I'm going to go over live and explain what these things mean. So, first thing on this first photo here, this is the DSC_0431 photo. This is already after the bodies have been moved. But this is where the bodies were at. Now, allegedly David, Kamel, and Renee were killed here. Or if you go off the narrative, he killed Renee and then Kamel and then killed himself, right? Well, we already know that's impossible because of mold, lack of blood, yada, yada, yada. There's a long list of things as to why it's impossible for him to have killed his wife and child and then himself. Especially in that order, which they've never really come out and said, for sure this is the order, but they do believe that he did that. I would love to interview those police officers and ask them why they believe that, because I can already destroy their narrative and from every single angle. So I'd love to go and hear what they have to say about that, because I guarantee you they'd be walking right into a wall of traps. They can't answer. There's nothing they can do. We know that he is innocent here. He was killed. But if we go off that narrative, this carpet should be soaked with blood. Where's the blood? All right, that's the first question. Question number 2. They were sitting there for that long and all this fluid's coming out of them. Back of that carpet, that little bottom part right there that they've got flipped up, should be soaked. Where is it? And it would be visible, mind you. Where is it? See, I don't see any. So this is like very, very topographic, right? This is just, probably the wrong word. It's just over on the top layer. Carpet got a little bit on there. Okay. So that asks you at the same time, can we say that they've been there for a while? This is fluid that this carpet would be absorbing, right, in the fibers, and that would get into the bottom of the carpet, but we don't see anything there. That's pulled up. You can see right here, you guys should be able to see my cursor here. Right here, let me let's go ahead and highlight right here. And I'll make a quick layer just so we can go and highlight it further. One second, everybody. Have a quick thing I gotta take care of. First, I thought that was my wife coming in here. I can't sleep out there. All right, well, that's fine. Nope, that was my son. Alrighty, so let's go ahead. Let's reduce this opacity. This is the area I'm talking about here. All right, this area here that was highlighted, and I'll just show it again. There we go. That's where there was a bullet that went to the ground, right through the ground and into the basement wall, right? But yet, why would it be fired unless it went through somebody, right? Was this a misfire? Was this, I mean, there's a lot of questions as what was this, right? We can already basically pinpoint a lot about it, but just for pure speculation points, let's just go and say, we'll just say it was just this is a bullet went through here, right? Now I can get into the details about the bullet, but that's not the part that matters here right now. When we're looking at this, we're looking at we're just looking at, well, this is on the floor right next to where David's body was at. There should be some liquid somewhere in this area. Okay, there's not. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and delete that areas we don't need. That areas we don't need that highlighted quite yet. Let's get into the inverting. So it's very, very simple. We get right into the invert. It's just a little adjustment layer. You can see here, should be able to see it highlighted here. Let me see if I can, whoops, oh, whoopsies. Make sure I can see this. Invert. Yeah, right there. So you guys can see it. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure you guys can see that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit invert. Looks a little weird. It's almost like a photo negative. Now, what does this show us here? Well, we can do things like this, and we can now see what everything is. Now this may not look like a whole much right here at first, but you're going to want to pay attention to where the bodies are at, right? Where they were located. That part matters. You're going to want to pay attention where the blood's at. That part matters. All right? So all this is doing is basically taking the color and it's shifting it to the opposite end. Essentially is what it's doing. It's not an exactly, you know, by me stating that, that's like literally like talking about it in a very underwhelming way, but essentially it's kind of what it's doing. It's shifting colors. So if you got something that's light, now it's dark. If you got something that's dark, now it's light. Okay? So what do we've got here? We get the hair. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to zoom in. Let's take a look at this right here. So we got some interesting stuff here. And I'm not even going to go over the data, right? That's not what we're looking at here. We're just looking at the photos. Okay, so we're looking at some irregularities. Some of the things we do know are going to be right here. It's decomp fluid. Now check this. You can directly see where it's all at. All of it. Now, this right here, we can use a lot of things for here. So for those that are interested in, well, what about these scratch marks? Does this say something? No. This right here appears to be done by the dog. Okay, at least a dog. I'm not going to say the dog, but a dog, at least. Now, there's a few things that this could also mean here, okay? Because you're going to have these little things like this spot here. Could a dog do this? Yeah, if it bumps top of its paw, it could kick it, right? So it's got to be something that's round. Okay, so we're looking at things like this. Well, these appear to be claw marks. Is this something a person can do? No, not like that. You've got a point on these. So these aren't scratch marks by people. Just to go and clarify this. This right here is not. Some of these appear to be like, it could have been a person bumped it with their foot, a toe, yada, yada, yada. A lot of things that can happen here. We'll move up here. You can see what color the blood looks like, right? Now this may seem just like, okay, well, you're just showing me that the colors are inverted. Pay attention to color. This matters. Whether anybody wants to believe it or not, it really does. Okay, on this wall, we're going to be able to see these things. Well, we see a little extra that we're not normally really seeing. You're seeing around the blood. Now let's go ahead. Let's go and zoom in. Now pay close attention. Now keep in mind, this has got a slight blur on it. They were moving. This photo got a little bit of movement. So this is going to be normal to have a little, almost like an aura, if you will, because of the movement. It's a blur. So you see a little bit, but now you're seeing this weird angular blur. Now that's not a thing. So what's this angle here? But at the same time, you see the angle of the blood splatter, right? Could this have been dropped, right, from a bucket or something like this? Well, you get some weird angles and some things here. Is it possible? Maybe. You know, I can't shoot it down, to put it very, very bluntly, right? This is the first thing. Now, this photo doesn't really show a whole lot. And I will be the first to tell you that day in and day out. This photo has got very, very little data that we can really see much in. Other than we're able to confirm that, yes, this does just simply that. It just inverts the colors is all we're able to see. And I anticipated this. Just looking at this, we already knew a few things we're going to be able to pick up on are going to be the decomp fluid. So we're going to be able to see what this looks like. So we're going to have something to kind of compare to, all right? So if you're to look at with the browns, this is going to have decomp fluid. This is not. This is decomp. This is not. Decomp, okay, this turns it like a blue, this brown, right, or on this blue right here. It'll reverse it. Okay, this just becomes much darker. This becomes blue. This becomes even more blue. Blue, 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 blue. And you see the blues. So you're seeing this. So if there's blues here, what's causing this blue? Well, it's decomp fluid, right? There's decon fluid here. There's a bunch here, 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 here. Let's look at it a little closer. Well, now we got, looks like to be up here, maybe? Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Because it just appears to be right here in this photo, but you look in here and now it looks like it's up here. There's some stuff up here now. Well, why is that? Right? So you can start looking at at these things, and you start seeing, it's like, well, what is this? What exactly does this mean then? If we're seeing this extra fluid here, interesting, right? Those are carpet fibers. It appears to be, yeah, some carpet fibers, then the whole, but still, nothing too crazy in here. Not really any changes, you know, that we should be expecting to see. So it looks like it's just the opposite side of the design, right? That's all it is. So let's move on. Let's see what this next one looks like. This is going to be Bcaa 5131. So same thing. Let's go ahead and invert it. Ah, now we see some stuff. So what's this exactly? Well, let's zoom in and take a look. Is that hair? That would be impossible. If that's hair, that should be impossible to be underneath there right now. Damn near impossible, especially as that looks like it's almost like it's been there for a bit. Or is that flesh? Is that decomp fluid? Well, if there was decomp fluid, there would be more of it. Right? So, what is this? Good question. Alright, let's keep going and look over here. So this is where the bullet came in. So there should be, hypothetically, there should be, I would assume, some burn marks. It's going pretty quick, right? That goes to the carpet. That should singe it a little bit. Looks like it. Looks like a little bit of melting because that's going to be a hot bullet. Going right into this. Yeah, that's... We can even get a little closer. Definitely some meltage going on in here. But it definitely tore through, and you can see that it's, like I said, something hot went through. We have some of the bullet fragments here. Bullet was shattering. It was mushroomed out, right? So if it mushroomed out and it was doing this shouldn't have been like this going. It wouldn't have gone like this out through a human skull like this. It wouldn't have come out that way. Unless it was like point blank. But how is that possible? Especially considering there's no blood. You get to see a lot of this bullet, like the bullet damage. You get to see all the different scuff marks. This could have been from previous scuff marks even. Because this bullet here, this being there, it's not going to do this. So what's causing all this? Is this a previous mess? Now granted, some of this stuff could have just been attached to the bottom of this because, yeah, went through here. But at the same time, you got to look at like how this came out. If you're shooting into it, you should see some of it. It should be more concaved in, and we're seeing this weird splinterage, if you will, of the wood. It's just seems odd to me. Now, that's just opinion at this point. I can get into it more, and that's going to be analysis on the wood itself. Is it, obviously, is this real wood? What type of wood is it? There's a lot of things we can get into, and we can actually break it down and further analyze this. Is this the type of thing that this wood would do, right? You shoot into it, is it going to splinter out like this? You got something to kind of catch it, is this something that's going to splinter out like this? So if somebody's got firearms, especially this alleged Springfield XD40, if you guys got something like this and you get a chance, I'm all for it if you guys can get footage. I don't mean just images, I want footage if possible, but if you can get images, it's fine, that works too, but I would prefer footage. If you can fire in different types of wood, like wood flooring to be specific, because this, we're looking at things like, is this heat treated? There's all sorts of chemicals that can go into it. So it's not just a standard, like, oh, I hacked down, this tree here, right? I hacked down a spruce or pine or oak, right? And then took the block and set it right there, right? No, it's not like that. You have more things that are going into this because this is a flat piece of wood. So this has gone through some process. So we'd need to see this because those chemicals can now, they really adjust and change a lot of like how the wood actually will interact with other objects, with damage, things like this. So, but if somebody can get that, that'd be great, so I can go and showcase that. Of course, you'll get due credit. And for the people, of course, I forgot to go and do this first thing. The people that gave me this this idea to look at this was actually Sophia and Catherine. Sophia was the one who actually brought it up to me first. Very, very interesting. And they were talking about how they had been looking at this for a while. And they weren't like trying to hide it from anybody, keep this in mind. They weren't trying to hide it, but they wanted to really look at this. Now, when they said that, absolutely shocked me. I'm thinking here, well, I've done this before. I've used this method before. Why didn't I think of this? It's a good question. I don't know why I thought of it. I didn't think of it, but I have used it. So it's curious, but it is something that it's proving to have some results here that are rather interesting. It's actually giving us more questions. What type of wood was this here? And does it splinter if shot into? Right? And then on top of that we know what type of bullet what the police had actually claimed this bullet was what type of bullet it was, yada yada. We got all the details on this. This would have had to have been mushroomed out, based on what I can see here. As we're looking at the actual size here, this would have just been yanked off while entering the wood. So this is probably a harder wood, if I had to guess. Obviously hardwood floor, so makes sense. But I almost want to say it's an oak. I could be wrong, but I'm no wood expert, so. But rather interesting with this photo here, because now we're seeing all these splinters, and then basically we're seeing them way out here. Was it all collected like right here on this side? And if so, hypothetically, wouldn't there be some wood attached to this side? Well, I'm not really seeing any wood attached to this side. This is something they would have cleaned off. I mean, the police did do some things that would have technically been like, well, what are you doing here? Amateur, come on now. So, but I digress. Let's get into the next photo. So next we're going to be looking at Bcaa 5101, which is this one. This is where the bodies were, right? Kamel was here. Rania was here. David was here. But see, here's the thing. You can see it from this photo. If David was this way, why does it look more like he was this way? Because there's very, very little decomp fluid over here from what we can see on here. And why is there a giant smear here? Why does it look like there's a bunch of smearing here? Now, this could have easily just been done with, this could have been something that when the medical examiners moved the bodies, right? To some degree, that could be true, because this looks pretty consistent for the most part, straight across. Also, let's take note on this. We're going to zoom in here. That, I'll have to go and definitely take a look. We'll go and see, but this right here is looking like mold to me. That looks like mold. I don't know about you guys, but that is what that looks like to me. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. That appears to be. And what's interesting is who had mold on their body that was in this area. Well, we know that was Rania. believe she was an angle like this, I believe. But that would have been outside of characteristic there because she would have been like this, I believe. I can't show it. Make sure it doesn't pop up. There we go. I'm gonna go take a look real quick. I'm gonna just explain things as I pull them up. So let's see. Where are you? Oh no, no, no. Not in here. Oh, it is actually. Okay, here we go. So we're basically, I just need to go and see and make sure the bodies, that was the exact angle. I have an idea, a rough idea in my head. Nothing's perfect when it comes to this. I have to refer to these all the time. No, it's not it either. Be this one. There we are. That would have been right about where her head is, if I'm not mistaken. But even then, in that photo of where the bodies are at, it does appear there's a bunch of decomp fluid that doesn't match up perfectly. So let me go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Her body, her head would have been like right around here, it appears to be, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe over here. But yeah, her body was more this way right here. Kamel's was like, she was in this area here, and David was, his one, and David's is more, this is pretty consistent with David right here. So you got David in this angle here, Kamel right here, and then Rania right here. All right. Now the other thing is, now this makes sense if you can go over the bodies, or not the bodies, but the actually, yeah, that's where the head would have been. Holy crap. Hang on, I just gotta double check this. I gotta make sure that ring is there. So we're looking at this blue ring here. You see where the decomp fluid is? Where it kind of cuts through right here. Alright, so it looks like it kind of goes like this. So no kidding. Yeah, that's where her head was. That fits in perfectly right there. So that's where Rania's head was. Kamel was pretty much all the way up against this. There's even a book here. I'm curious as to what book that is. Actually. And why is there a book? I mean, kids, I get it. You know, there could, it's just because of kids, but there's a book right here. But regardless of that, Kamel's hands were also supposed to be underneath her body. So we're looking at a lot of different things here. So now we have to look at body placement. So we know that Rania was killed first. Well, that makes it impossible for her to be on top of Kamel based on order. She should not be on top of Kamel. It should be, she's below Kamel, but she's not. We also know Kamel is the last to die. Why? Because the lack of mold. And even then, I really don't wish anybody to see this at all. So just be forewarned. But anybody, if you have seen the bodies, okay, I'm sorry you got to see those. I'm sorry you witnessed that. It's horrendous. But for those that have, I'm 100% correct right here when I say this, that there was mold underneath her chin too. This mold, hers was severe. She was dead for a bit longer and left exposed longer than David. So David probably died a bit after. He died sometime after. She's got a severe amount. Also, keep that in mind. Mold grows. I mean, this is where everything connects. That's the problem with looking at this case. Everything connects so extensively that if you don't have the data on hand, it doesn't seem to make sense. So don't worry, this will be explained. Trailer 2, I got to talk to Greg tomorrow and see if we're going to be able to get that audio for the trailer 2. But if not, I will have trailer 2. I'm aiming to get that out tomorrow, first thing, midday-ish. Aiming. Okay, just throwing that out there. I have a lot going on tomorrow. There's the podcast tomorrow and everything, but aiming about midday or so, about 4 o'clock. I'm aiming to get that done, hopefully. So, fingers crossed. There won't be a stream after this. Just an FYI for anybody that's interested in the gaming stuff. There's no gaming stream tonight. Tomorrow night there will be. And yes, I do understand Super Bowl. I don't care. I don't watch it. I only will like the ads anyways. And it's usually just only movie trailers, but I'm aiming to get this out tomorrow first thing, as soon as I can. So expect probably around midday. But there will be a trailer tomorrow, so it's for Death of the Family, trailer 2. But yeah, this photo here, there's a lot of mold on it. Now, if I were to invert this, which I'm not going to do for you guys, I'm sorry. For those that absolutely feel the need to see it, if you need to see it, please invert it yourself. I can't do that for you. I don't feel it's right. All right. So, but that's that white spot there. That is without a doubt. That is where Renee's head was, right here. Not even if ands or buts. That is where her head was. It lines up perfectly to where her body was aligned. But the thing is, like I said, this is the part that doesn't make any sense. So you have this decomp fluid here. And we're going to get into the invert here in a second so you guys will be able to see this more clearly and see the areas that are a little suspicious here. But there's an L-shaped pattern here. Well, J-shaped rather, but right angle, if you will. That's going on right here. Well, there was no body here. Why is there movement like this? And if you were to see photos when the bodies were there, it's the same pattern as here, so this we can't even say the medical examiners. We can't. So that makes zero sense. So that should be raising some alarms here. This looks like draggage. In fact, this isn't even looking like draggage. This is dragging. You can see it. Look at the floor being matted. I'll bring it in a little farther. You can see this is pushed this way. If the body's being dragged this way, it would be pushing that way. But it's not. It's pushed this way. Right? Who does that? Once again, I'm calling out those people that they thought they were going to get away with this. We're almost there. We almost can start going after people. We're going to be able to start not actually going after them, but we're going to be able to start proving some things here real soon. And that's when we're going to be able to take it up with whoever we need to. But the police are going to get back involved in this. I can feel it. We are close. Very, very close. And for those that decide to commit this is a warning to you. You might want to start running. Because the cops are going to be coming. There's going to be some prosecution coming for you. We will ensure that, well, I don't want to say ensure. We're going to try and get this case going again. Cold cases happen all the time. And cold cases, they get reopened and solved. Ones that they couldn't solve before, but you know what? This is pretty damn close. We've got a lot of things going here. So for those, this is a warning to you. This case is going to get solved. You're going to get in trouble. You're going to jail, hopefully. But you might want to start thinking about things right now. Because we're getting closer. The cops didn't do a good job on this case. We will. So that leads me to my next point. Thank you all for that have looked into this case. Thank you guys. So let's get into the invert. Ooh, now things get interesting. Now you can start seeing the drag marks even more clearly. Now you're seeing some interesting things going on here. Now these not pools, but there's locations now that they're shapes. They're distinct shapes, which means pooling, which means drainage. This is good for the case. Now we see some things that are interesting about this here. Is now some of these things are going to stand out more. They're going to stand out like a sore thumb. And the thing is, we can use these photos right here with this initial photo we've got over here, the DC_0431. We're going to be able to use that as an example because we've got, this is moved, pretty sure. Let's take a look. Okay, that's right here. It's the bottom part of the curve. Okay, it wasn't moved, so that's good. It's pretty consistent. Now we know this was taken after. Why? Because this rug is still down. Okay. But now we're seeing some things. What's this right here? Do we have a photo of that? No, we don't. But that's got me asking some questions here. What is that? It's awfully dark. Is that a scuff mark or is that blood? Appears to have a reddish tint. Well, here's the great thing about this. See, now there's a bunch of pixels here. Now, we know this was done... I want to say it's not a DSLR. I'm not 100% sure. This isn't crystal clear, but this is highly pixelated. It doesn't look like it's probably a decent camera, but nothing like, I would assume not very high end, but this appears to be red here. Now here's the great thing. Notice how I have this color over here. You guys should be able to see this here. Perfect. You guys are able to see right up there. This area here. Now this is important. This square here, this white square, we're going to go take this color real quick. Let's take a quick little sample of it. Whoops, wrong one. Huh, it's an orange. Well, if you mix orange and the green and all this, yeah, this looks like it's blood. So that looks like that's blood. That's dried blood right there, most likely. What about right here? Right here? Ah, now we're seeing the green. Well, let's take a look over here. Are these... This is just standard, the greenish brown and yellows. Okay. You can use this method. It's not 100%, but you can use this. If you're curious about any of the colors on this, the pixels don't lie. All right. And when I say that, I take that with a slight grain of salt because technically people can hide things inside of a pixel. We know this from the I think it was a 1990 case about the Russian spies that were here. Right? They were hiding things in pixels. Just data. So, could the police be hiding things? I doubt it. That's why you cannot use this as 100%. This is not something that we would hold up in court. But you can see this here. You can see the colors differ. This should be alarming. The color here. Okay, I'll show you. I'm going to do a quick little snip and I'm going to paste it here and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. So, if we were to take a picture of where this is at. The couch, just standard couch. Go ahead, I'll get a couple samples here. So, we're going to go with the lighter one first, and I'll show you guys. Go ahead and copy this. Where is it? Copy. And I'm going to go paste this real quick. All right. This is over in this area. Okay, that's this general area over here. All right. Let's go ahead and work on a new one real quick. Oh. This was from up here. Okay. Now, look how close these are. So let's go ahead, let's bring this down. So we got a comparable size. Roughly the same right here. So you see this little gap, if you will. This little area right about there. Okay. In fact, just to make it exact where it's at, let's get it as close as I can. It should be this little gap. That's where the couch lies. Okay. Now, we're going to just name this couch color range. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to go and take a picture or get a color sample of this. Get about dead center right about here. You can see it's a big change. Right about there. It's pretty good. Okay. So, first one is this. This is the dead center of this little splotch right here. Now I can even get in a little farther. We can go like this, and we can get another sample. It's right about there. There's not much difference here, right? So let's go ahead and get this one first. And just so you guys can see this comparison. Now this matters. Okay? Just make that very clear. This matters. Color discolor when there's discoloration like this, this means there is something else. This is foreign material, more than likely. Okay, when I say more than likely, it's a very high chance it is. Doesn't mean guaranteed, because once again, you can have data manipulation. This is directly from the police. So, hypothetically, there should be no fudging around, right? No. Is it impossible? No. But all right. We know both these are going to be from this one, but I'm going to go ahead and show it. All right. Let's go ahead and get our next one. Let's get this lined up as best as we can. It's pretty close. All right. All right. So let's go and compare. If we were to go and just compare these alone, just these colors, we already see there's a huge difference. Well, I'll be damned. Now, can this happen? Yeah, this can happen on furniture. Is it a common occurrence? No. If it's using the same fabric, same color, all this, then we're looking at things like, could it be a burn? Could it be, a stain? But then you got to look at the positioning. This is going on that curve, starting to curve down the bottom of the little cushion there. Is it likely this could happen? From just like, let's say, barbecue sauce or ketchup or something, right? Something with a reddish tint. Has to be. Why? Why do we know this? Well, look at where it's at. It's leaning towards red. It's on the orange side, right? Well, now we got to go and start looking at the mix. If you were to go and put red in with this, with that color there, what color would it turn into? That's what we have to look at. Guarantee if you throw it through a color mixer, you're going to see that'll align with color of blood. Guarantee it. But now the question is why? Why is there blood here? There's no blood anywhere really else other than this little alleged splatter, or spatter, if you will. There's some on the smears, computer, all this. Now, why is David missing his left hand? Now, this is where we have to get into some other things here. Is we know we got his fingerprints. Now we need to check which hand. He's missing a hand. So isn't it possible somebody got rid of the hand, ripped it off? Had it torn off somehow? It's possible. The thing is here, I'm pretty sure it's all, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's all his right hand. Where we see all of his fingerprints at. Did they test the wall for his fingerprints? No. They didn't even test it. Did they test the computer? Yeah. You know, it's Kamel's blood. They got David's fingerprints. Then it's all, I mean, we could honestly, anybody gets a hold of the fingerprints, you'd be able to go and figure this out. You could flip it over and see. Do these match David's? Probably find it does. And it's probably on his right hand. If I had to guess. I don't think it's his left. I think it's his right. And that's the hand he's just ironically missing. Because paleo ate it, right? Yeah? No, the narrative already proved wrong. So can we really assume that? No. Can't. It's not fair at that point. They've already been wrong about the narrative, so couldn't they be wrong about paleo? Absolutely. Did they test him for blood? Did they test him for anything? No. They even told the vet not to, or the shelter not to even clean him. So that makes it even more suspicious. Why would they do that? We get colors right here. This is consistent. You got fabric, you're going to have a variety of colors with fabric, right? But they're going to be in a range. It'd be a little bit of a larger range, right? But if you get now all of a sudden the same liquid, you're going to see the general area right there where the point of contact, that's to be, yeah, that's collected. That's bundled up there pretty good. So that's going to be pretty consistent. And we're seeing that. Okay, so now this makes this interesting here. All right. Well, we'll just say, okay, that's fine. We don't have to go and... You know, we don't have to just keep running with that, right? Not a big deal. There we go, perfect. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at this again with the invert. We know that doesn't, that's kind of weird here. Now this is consistent. We're looking at some consistent patterns here that line up with you're carrying blood up with you. It just happens to slosh out. Maybe you're coming down with something, falls down. Maybe, you know, you got a brush or whatever and it kind of flicks. Maybe you're just, you know, your arm is just kind of, you know, just going in a direction, right? Interesting stuff here. But that doesn't even, doesn't compare to this right here. We see this streak. We're seeing some, it looks like carpet is being pushed here too. So it's almost like he's being pushed in a specific direction. This isn't as hard though. This is like matted. And we're seeing another matting over here. It's collected heavily here. Right, this looks like a body was here. You can see the shoulders. Well, this is where you can start comparing sizes. So now all of a sudden, does this fit David's body? Right? Does this match the trajectory of the bullet? We're going to start seeing these things and it doesn't really line up all that well. That's the interesting part here. Then we got to go and pinpoint, okay, well, where exactly was the gun? The gun was over here. Somewhere over in this area. Actually, I take that back. It's more over in this area. Well, David's left hand is over this way. Then we got to look at the bullet casings. You got all these other things. They start just putting together a picture that's not the narrative. Okay? Now this invert just further solidifies these things. That's all this does. This isn't something we're going to be like, okay, let's just throw this at the police, right? And they're going to have to go and look at this again, right? No. You can't just throw that. But then you also could take a look at these other things here that we've got going on here. Okay, these are just things we need to solidify what we've got. Because now we can compare further data. Because now you've got the color data. You mix that in with everything else we've got. That just further here we go. More data, more proof. You know, they don't have artists working for them. They don't have, you know, last I heard, there's no such thing as a forensic artist, as far as I know, right? That'd be kind of cool, but weird. So I'm imagining somebody that's like, you know, okay, yeah, I'm getting off topic here, but yeah, it'd be kind of funny. But we're seeing these hairs. Well, this is where David's body was. Why are all these hairs here? And in fact, what are these hairs? Whoops. Well, it's Kamel's hair. Well, if David died second, why is Kamel's hair under him? Good question, right? Doesn't make any sense. And why does some of this hair look like it was kind of, well, not matted like it should be with all these other patterns here? So my question for those people that were there would be, well, was this hair that was here, was that matted? Was that stuck to the carpet? Is that we're also seeing this here too? What else we got here? Whoops. Now this looks a little weird. What's going on here? Now you got these weird shapes we got to go and look at. What does it piece together with? To me, that looks like a turd. Little turds here, potentially. Things about this just don't add up. And we know there was turds over in this area. Why? Because, well, turds. And see, I can bring up the body. I already know directly where David's hand was. I know where both of his hands should have been. They don't line up. All right, so let's move on to the next one. So next we have the Bcaa 5102. It's just another image of where the bodies were at. You can see a better idea of where the bodies were. We know Renee's head was here. Here's the L shape. We got what looks to be the body, like the back, shoulders, and all this. That lines up. Does line up with David to some degree. But it's only to some degree. It does look like his body was moved, though. Yeah, it definitely was. That's with his back right there. That's like his back shoulder. That'd be like from the neck to like his right shoulder blade. Or not right, but left shoulder blade. That's what's going on there. Hey, how's it going, Crip Rick? So this right here, his head would have been somewhere around here, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look again. Well, I'm not going to show it, obviously, but the bodies, but there's a little red object here we've got going on. I'm curious about it. What is that? Well, let's go and see what the invert has to say about it. Interesting. Let's take a look at this area again. A little bigger shot. Now we can see the drag over here. See, it's a lot more visible. The L shape's not quite as visible here, but here it is, just to show. It's the L shape. We can still see it. David's head was somewhere over in, I believe, this range here. Well, what was left of it, which means this would have had to have been his right arm, or left arm here, which doesn't line up with this. Actually, it was more of like roughly in that kind of range. I am doing the inverted images. Has Sophia or Catherine or anybody talked to you about the inverting? Make it more like a negative, like a photo negative? Because you can do that through Photoshop. You're just basically inverting it because now the colors, you're going to be able to see a different picture, a different side of things. A mirror, almost. It's fascinating. So, yeah, it's... they brought it up, told me they didn't want me to go and show it off. They wanted to go and, go over it first and all this. Well, I gave them, I think it's about a month now. 3 weeks to a month, something like this. I gave them. I was going to do it after about 2 weeks, and well, things came up, so... But yeah, we're able to see some things through this. And they brought it up because now the drag marks are even more prominent. You can see it here. This is foolproof. I can show you right here. You can see it here. Looks pretty well matted. Now you see it even more clear. And you can do further editing on this photo to really make it pop. There's all sorts of things you can do. I could go and add all sorts of things. But what's also interesting is this area here. That's where Renee's head was at. Notice the white discoloration here? That's mold. Now, I don't know if you've seen the bodies. Okay. I will always mention them when it comes to this case. Never going to show them. But if you haven't seen the bodies, I don't wish it upon anybody, but if you have seen them, take a look at her chin. Like underneath her chin area, it's got another white area. We got this here. Now, we could always assume this could be gray matter, this could be all sorts of other things, right? But if you were to go and compare the color here, you can go and compare that to the mold on her body, you can go and compare that, and they're relatively similar. It's interesting. It's to the point where it's suspect, if you will. Yeah, no, it's breaks my heart every single time I see it. You know, I don't want to have to look at it, but sometimes I have to refer back to it just to compare. For instance, body positioning. This was not David's back here, right? If you look at where his body was at the time of the crime scene, which if this is where he allegedly died, right? This is where he was killed. Does this line up with his body? Now, I can go ahead. I could go and do the whole medical examiner's thing. So we're going to do over that here in a second. After I get through all the photos, I'm going to line up all the clothes, and we're going to set them on here and see, does that match? I'll tell you right now, I can already see it right now. No. Is now we're looking at body size. We're looking at all this. And even right here, you can already see this looks to be legs. Right here, this looks to be legs and shoulders, if he wasn't face down. Something like this. And I know that looks like something else, but that's besides the point. But you can see there's these weird shapes. And that's the part we want to take consideration of, because these shapes, you can look at body shape. And by comparing body shape, does this look like this could fit David? Does this look like this could fit Kamel? Does this look like it could fit Renia? Well, obviously not Renia, that's too big. But you have that shape, and then you have this shape. You got these drag marks here. Where's Kamel's decomp fluid? Well, there's some area here. Well, a lot of hers, most likely, when it came to her torso, like around her stomach area, her mid-torso-ish, that area, she had a corset on. Okay. Because she had the corset on, that could theoretically, that should be able to hold some of the decomp fluid in, right? That should be able to hold some of these bodily fluids from getting out. So it would make sense, to some degree at least, that there would be a part of her body that wouldn't have had much really leaking out. It would have just kind of came out one side or the other rather than just going through. But then again, we also don't know what the corset was made of. If this had any kind of like plastic, things like this, it's not going to seep through generally, right? It can, because it degrades weird. Plastic can break down still. Bacterias, we know I believe it's a fungus that can break plastics down. I think there's some bacteria that can. Not to mention all the different like kinds of things that are breaking down the body. Stomach acid, that gets out at all, any kind of bile, that could break it down. That would be in that area too. So therefore, should be able to break down the plastic. So there should be some breakage if there was any that leaked out of the skin, any open area in the skin at all. It could have, and it could have already eaten through the skin. I mean, we've only got a couple photos of the bodies. We don't have the full disclosure, nor do I want to see full disclosure. We don't need it to actually be able to say, no, that David did not do this. Yeah, sure. And I got other photos to show, like there's this one here. You can see this really, really prominent on this one. Drag marks. And just to show, so I'll give you a couple seconds to look at that. And then I'll go and invert it so you can see. Alright, let's go to the next one, which is inverted. There we go. Makes it better, but it makes it worse in the darker color. You can see it a lot easier. I can even just go, I believe I should be able to just go like this. Oops. Just to really highlight it. Look at a bigger area. Here we go. And then I'll go ahead and I'll put a white should do it. Right. Which that normally doesn't just occur. That means there had to have been something drug. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go and make a like that, and then we're going to go, which one was it? I think it was white that we could do that with. Maybe I'm using the wrong color. Let's try a different color. Let's go with, we'll do green. Oops. And we'll go ahead and, yeah, right here you can already see it. There shouldn't be a straight line. Just to show that. This area here should not be straight. This is almost like, not like precise, but there's a ton of these lines like this when it comes down to this. And shape, lines, color, can't believe I'm saying this, but art is also helping. You know, just basic art principles are helping to go and shed light on this. Gosh, it makes me just really not like these cops that much more. They just did this. They did this case so horribly, just so terribly. But I digress. I can go on and on and on about that for hours. How much I just think the police just fumbled it too hard. But you can see it in some of these other photos. You can see the long lines. This one, you can see it a little bit here. You'll see there's no decomp fluid over here. There would be decomp fluid. So let's get into the next image. Other than that, we're just basically, the only other thing we can see here is you can see that poop is differed. There's a lot going on this too. Dog feces itself has got a lot more data there than a lot of people are even giving it credit for. Because then you also got to look at the dehydration time. Because we know there's poop right here. You can see there's crumbled areas. Police basically stepped in it and just crushed it. But then you're looking at, this is going to come down to how long has the poop been there. Well, it's got a very light, or a very dark color still to it. It's got kind of an inner lightning, if you will. And I know this poop science is disgusting, but I've already looked at some of it. It's quite fascinating, but at the same time quite disgusting. This comes down to diet. Some things will, the moisture exit almost like outward. Kind of goes from the inside out. Don't ask me, it's disgusting. But you'll see that there's certain diets that stool will do that if just like left unattended. You know, just kind of left to open air, it'll do that kind of a thing. You also gotta be looking at color of poop. What could that mean about the diet? There's no runny poop, which means this is a diet he's already got. He's not sick. You know, we're not seeing anything like that. Well, I mean, technically, I guess out of the group, I mean, that's a fair assessment. I definitely am the mold and poop expert out of the group. I find it disturbing myself, but it's true. It's not far-fetched even in the slightest, so I would say I take it with a badge of honor, but I really don't. It's too smelly and too nasty. No, thank you. But yeah, it's true. So when it comes to this, there's other things we can see with that. You can use the invert to go and kind of gauge it. It's pretty consistent throughout. But like I said, we got to be looking at how consistent he was defecating. And then this is going to come down to the amounts of poops that are in the house. This is where they also fumbled, because they would have had an actual count of his droppings. We would actually have more of a solid timeline, how long he'd been in there pooping, right? Now I know that I got to bring up what Jamie said, because that door, the back door, is the big thing here. He could have just opened the door, right? Like I want to reiterate here. My sliding glass door in my home. That's even tough for me to do it. I'm a big guy. I mean, I'm big. We're not talking like heavy as in like, big guy or anything, but okay, I'll make sure I get those to you then Monday maybe. Maybe I'll have those questions for you Monday. But the thing is if I'm having trouble opening this door, right? We don't know what kind of situation that door is on, right? Was that an easy door to open, or is that a hard door to open? Does this take a whole lot of strength, or does this take, not a whole lot of strength, but it gets snagged? We don't know. We don't have that data. The police would know, but I doubt they're going to remember at this point, okay? So we can't even assume Paleo could open it. It was only open a little bit, and he is not trying to open it, right? There would have been more. We got to see there's a lot of feces upstairs. There was some downstairs. But overall, I mean, he was keeping a distance from the bodies, it appears. At least trying to. So he was in the house. But for how long? Because now we've got, how long was he pooping in the house? Would David have let him poop in the house normally? Probably not. This looked like it was a pretty well house-trained dog. Probably went outside, pooped. So at this point, could we assume, did he just grab a bag and pick it up barehanded with his, with the bag on his hand and just kind of invert the bag? Maybe. Thing is, a lot of this kind of stuff, a lot of people don't seem to understand. There's evidence, a lot of this, in somebody's home. Somebody does that, they're going to have an excess of paper bags, or they're going to have the doggy poop bag pickups. They're going to have a box of it if they ran out. There's a lot of this kind of stuff. Did he have a poop, like a poop scoop, right? Did he have something like this? How did he take care of it? Did they just let him poop in the yard and he just kind of do his own thing? Well, I doubt that, because his daughter was running around in their backyard. They had a trampoline that she would jump on. They did their CrossFit in the backyard, so I highly doubt it. Right? Did he just go and take him for a walk anytime he had to go poop? So he go poop in somebody else's yard and go and grab it? That's a possibility, but still. Now we're looking at walks, keeping something a little more like travel handy. So now we're looking, does he have one of those little things where it kind of goes like on the leash or something like this? So he's, now we're looking for a leash. Now we're looking for these things. See, so this expands outward. And you look at basic things like this. What would you do, right? What would a family have done? Now, so at this point, now we need to go and see if we can find out, did David walk him on a leash? I would almost certainly think he did. Him and Paleo were close, right? That was his puppy. He loved that dog. You get to hear about it in the journal. You got to see photos. We got to see footage. He loved his dog. He loved the family dog. Yeah, he admitted that his daughter, his young daughter, tormented the puppy a little bit. Yeah, kids do that. It's not like, this one of those like, oh, serial killer type behavior. Ha ha ha. I know I've heard those jokes kids do stuff like this. It's a thing. But we got to go and ask ourselves this. What do we know about his walking habits? What do we know about, how he went poop? These are things that we should have some kind of a clue about, because we can look at the house, because this is going to also give us an idea of a timeline. How long was he in this house by himself? Right? A lot of different things we can get just from these photos. A lot of people aren't asking. I have an ego, so I'm just going to go out and say, you're welcome. But let's move to the next photo so we can keep going. Next, it's another one just like the 5102, where we just got a different angle. Okay? So I'll invert. This is going to be just no big surprise. We've already seen the same stuff, but now you get to see this pull. And we get to see this here again. Well, it looks to be blood right here. We looked at it earlier, just to go and catch you up on that. I don't know if you were here for it. I think it was here. We found it over on this one, I think it was. So this area here. Yes, it was this one. So I did a comparison on color. Now this is why this is important. These two here, just to show, I had 4 layers. Here's discoloration, okay, which is going to be this spot here. We did right here about in the center, you know, where it's going to be a bulk of it. And that gives you these two, this little range here, which is not very big. Right, not a very big range. But then you got this, which is the couch range, which is these two behind here. And now we've got a much bigger range. Well, that's based on the couch. Couch is a green. It's gonna, if you look at the fabrics down to the molecular level, you don't even have to get that far in. You could start just looking at it just under a microscope. You could look at it with a magnifying glass. You're gonna see this fabric is gonna go in different color because it's not a natural color, right? Right, exactly. You would be able to see this very, very easily. If Paleo was looking it up, there would be streak marks, A, from his saliva and his tongue, because now we have the texture of the tongue to look at, and then you have his saliva. Now, if this dog was dehydrated, we're talking rough tongue. We're talking, this is going to be some really, really long, rough drags. Okay? And he's going to probably, if he's dehydrated, he's going to have his tongue all the way, like his nose and his tongue right up on something, trying to just really soak it all up, right? If he's not dehydrated, then you're going to get quicker, you know, just smaller width on the licks. Generally speaking, you might get still a wide one, but it's going to be quicker and it's going to be very sloppy looking. You're not going to see full push contact. So you're not going to get the full pressure of it. So you can see this. It's no different in this case than exactly, but it's no different than like a brush. So think like a paintbrush. Somebody that likes to go and brush really hard, you can see the pressure. You see the color is from the center. It goes out a lot. Like it's like spread. If you got somebody that's just lightly painting, you see there's smaller streaks. It's no different. The tongue is just like a brush. It's the best way to look at it. We're not seeing that. But we got discoloration here. In this range here, this makes sense. It's not a natural color for a fabric. Okay? So how many leather-like creatures is their leather going to be a green? Right? That's got to be something that's going to be dyed. Painted, colored, whatever. You know, some form of alteration. So this is going to vary because the human skin, leather, all this, if you were to go and put it under the microscope, or even just under a magnifying glass, you'll see there's a range. Well, now you add a color to it, it extends the range on both sides. So it makes it quite large. However, that being said, with something like this, when you get it bulked up, like let's say a stain, if you want to go and test this, and feel free, test it. I would recommend everybody does. Don't just take my word on it. Go test it. Get yourself some fabric, like some pleather or something like this, and go ahead and just like flick some barbecue sauce, some ketchup, something like this, and then go in and test the color via Photoshop or something like this. Go and test it. Use the little color dropper here, the eyedropper tool. Go ahead and test it. You can see right here, it doesn't differ much. In this little spot here, this is where this is at. I'm just going over this little spot. It's got a range. The farther out you get, well, yeah, you're going to get more green because it's not as much clumped up there. The more you get towards this point of impact here, however, it stays roughly in the same little range. The more you go outside of it is when it hits. You're going to get some bouncage, depending on the fabric, of course. It's a lot that goes into it, but it comes down to it, end of the day, what gets absorbed in all this, that's also going to adjust, and if it's clumped up there, that's going to adjust. So you get all sorts of different factors that go into this. Now, the best way I can look at this and explain this, if you guys want to experiment with this, go ahead and get yourself some food coloring. And go flick some food coloring at some paper. Watch how it expands outward, right? Now look at the color. Now take it into Photoshop when you get a chance. Take a picture of it. Take it into Photoshop and look at that color. How it differs. Now, do this by dropping it on there. Don't flick it. Drop it. Right? But from an angle. Get it on like a hard surface and get it so it just drops on there. Okay? Then you're going to get it clumped up into an area. But it should also be streaking too to some degree. This just looks like it was a small little amount. The fabric caught it, held on to it essentially, and soaked it into it. Let it kind of soak in a little bit, but it clumped up in a specific area because that's the point of impact. All right. So this is all like blood spatter 101, of course, but these are things you can look at here. Now the coloration. Now this is me. This is all me here. I discovered this on my own. I did not read this from a book. I didn't learn this anywhere else where I was very, very curious about this. So I started experimenting with this. And that's what I found. Is it's going to be the same principle. And so you can start doing this with different fabrics and all this, and it's going to have all this extra like absorption rates, and you've got bounce. Is it going to be able to absorb it fast enough, or is it going to bounce off, or is it going to just drip? All sorts of different things. Does this fabric tend to have a slight resistance to absorption, right? It'll still absorb if it's sitting there long enough, but if it's just, is this like a plastic, or is this like, is this something that absorbs liquid, right? We're looking at absorption. It's the big thing here. So, but it differs right here, as we get to see. It only differs in a little range, just like this one here. And this right here, you can see this differs in this range because it's not natural. And this is consistent throughout the whole thing. You see the same range. Sometimes you'll see it go above in areas. That depends on lighting at that point. So if you just have your own natural lighting, then you got to go and take that color into account. There's a lot of things like that you have to take into account. But once you've got that narrowed down, you could basically just, this is it. You take down shadows, all of a sudden it's going to get darker. Same range, same little range though. Be in the same color range, but it's going to be slightly darker. So, but that's enough about that. All right. So let's get on to the next one here. Oh, I don't think we did the invert. Yeah, we did the invert on this. Okay. Last thing to really look on this is it's the dust. You can see there's areas that were flicked with things. And this doesn't do really all that much justice by doing this, but you can see it a little bit. On top of that, you're also seeing what it's... I'm not really sure what this is, but could this be blood? It's a possibility. We've also got all sorts of other stuff under here too, but this doesn't necessarily look like blood. This looks more just like kids running around, dog running around. This could have been slobber that hit it. I mean, this could be all sorts of things that hit this. So, all right. Let's move to the next one here. And this is where we also get the wall. But we also have the blankets here. Blankets matter because this is where you got some evidence that something had been on this. Of course, you also have the fuzziness. I don't like this. Like I said, these cameras weren't that great. If anybody's handled a DSLR, you'll know what I mean. This is pretty poor. Any crime scene, if I was going to be a crime scene investigator, get a DSLR. Right? If you're going to be the guy who's coming in with the camera, get yourself a damn DSLR. You're going to get some really, really clear photos. This is just too fuzzy. And you can't even account natural lighting. You can't include the indoor lighting. None of that. That's not going to... This is just bad camera. So, I have to actually retract my statement from earlier saying, oh, this could have possibly... No, this is just bad. This is bad. Okay. So you can see where everything's at here. You get another book here, of course. Blood over here. So everybody can see where this is at. Here's the mold where Irenia's head was. All right, so everybody good on that one? Let's go ahead and invert it. Ah, the interesting stuff. Now you see that the yank mark, the yanked right here. Also, no, they're not. Let me bring that up right now, actually. I do know that cell phones are getting pretty close. Let's see. We'll go with... actually, we've got a photo. We do have photos of... I mean, I could narrow it down. I can tell you this is not a DSLR. Because DSLRs, they have different lenses. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into a DSLR, which... the DSLR is what David would use. So compare his photos, like, not his cell phone photos, but his actual, like, photos and stuff, like when he was doing stuff for Gray State. That's what he used to shoot the movie, was a DSLR. Those are just like a handheld camera, basically. It's really all they are, but they've got long lens to it. They're expensive as all hell. Good cameras though. Yeah, there's a big difference, and you can see the huge difference between AVPD's camera and, well, actually, technically, I think this is Bcaa. Yeah, these should all be Bcaa. This is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. This is their camera. And they didn't even use a DSLR. But what's great also about inverting is you can see directly where the light is focused. Okay. You can see this is off. So the light would be coming from right over here. And they also had a light on out here, I believe. And that's why you get this weird kind of anglage, if you will. But good thing on this one is when we got this invert here, you can see right here discoloration. That's appears to be blood. Here's some what appears to be blood as well. Question is, this is out of the way of both of them, from what we know. So this, how to get blood on him? Is this because it dropped on him? Well, this looks more like it wasn't sitting in it. This is blood that would have dropped. Oh yeah, no, you would hope, you would absolutely hope that investigators investigating crimes and all this would actually have some decent equipment. No, they don't. They don't. See, that's how this all comes down to. Is the end of the day, this is where we have government issues. Every single police department has a budget. I think everybody knows this. I promise this is not me trying to talk down to anybody. This is just me explaining the whole situation here. Every county's gonna have a specific budget. Every city's gonna have a budget. There's a lot of things that go into effect as to why they have a larger budget or a smaller budget, right? Apple Valley, relatively quiet area. You would not anticipate a big budget for them, right? You'd have enough that they could basically just keep going with their quota, if you will. This is basically a traffic cop town. That's where they're going to get their money. They'll have their budget they get I think it's every quarter. But, they got to manage that, and they got to figure that out, and they've got all these other things they got to go and do with their overhead and all this. They're not going to have a big budget. That being said, that was the Apple Valley Police Department. That right there is just the town. When you get into the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, I believe that's the county, or it could be the state. Let me take a look, actually. I'm very curious about that. He goes to St. Paul, so really hate to use a Wikipedia, but I'm gonna have to. So no, it's the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, statewide. Yep, it's statewide, so that means a state budget. So then you're looking at now we're at that point we're looking at actual state budget. What do they get federally, and all this. So well, and that's the thing. It came down to they probably never really had. Is you'd have to look at, for instance, when it comes to law enforcement, do they have a whole lot of crime that actually comes through Minnesota? Then you got to ask yourself, if there's not really a whole lot of high-profile cases that come through there, right? What comes through there? What is making under the bridge? You have questions like that pop up, because budgeting is going to come down to the need. Do they need it or not? Do they need to have all this investigative stuff? And you'd figure every police department should be fully equipped to be able to handle this no matter what. But that's just unfortunately not how it works. It should. To put it bluntly, in the perfect world, yes, they all would. They would all have a really good budget, but they don't, because a lot of other things. But this is where this brings to another question. We actually recently had a viewer or a listener call in to Greg's podcast. Well, maybe not recently, but it was I swear it was at least 3 months ago, at least. But they called in about, to just speak about the drug running that goes through Minnesota, and how anybody that reports it, things like this can happen. All sorts of bad things happen. Anybody gets in the way of these things, and it goes through a specific organization. I mean, there's all sorts of things that basically they were trying to lay out. And it's oh. And what they were essentially saying was, this all just kind of runs through here, and nothing's going to change that. So you have all these crimes that are going to go unaccounted for. Well, if you have drug runners going through, you're going to have homicide that's going to come through most likely as well. Somebody's going to get caught in the middle on some of this, right? You're going to see, with drug running, you often will see things like, well, I mean, I was on the call with, when this happened. We were recording, and it was I think it was a YouTube. It's a YouTube live, I think it was. And they ended up calling in, and then talking to us about it. So it was something that they brought up, and they were very, very I don't want to give my amp, I don't want to give up, what I know to a T, I can't give up the exact details. But this is occurring, and this is what I think could be actually tied in with this. I mean, there's a possibility. But oh no, it's all good. No, I agree. Steven's got a ton of information. Still wish he would have just popped on my show too. Asked him a while ago. But yeah, I digress. No, it's all good. You don't need to apologize. I totally understand. But yeah, this kind of thing apparently happens there pretty often. And drug running happens through every state. Anybody that says it doesn't happen through every state, they don't really know much about it. Then it does. It happens through every single state. But you also have a lot of other things going through every single state. You know, is human trafficking going through every single state? Of course it is. You'll have drug running or human trafficking operations. You'll have drug running operations. You know, you got customers. You got to look at it from the standpoint of they view themselves as a business. Whether they see it as legitimate or not, that's another thing. But it's a numbers game to them too, right? So this is where you get into the whole, well, you got to follow the money. Well, if you can't see the money, and because things are being withheld on purpose, is that money going to these people too, right? Hush hush kind of stuff. Is this coming through Apple Valley? So you'd have to figure out what these drug running operations are. Things like this to track down, okay, what's being pushed under the rug? Should this be a little more of a high priority? And yeah, not to get too off track, anymore on this, but yeah, that is something that could be going into it because there's probably a lot of hush hush. Yeah, we're not going to do anything about this. We know these guys can investigate well, right? I did a whole show on the Bcaa case, which actually, in fact, I think it was 2, maybe 3 episodes I did as a comparison to this case here. And the Bcaa case, if you're not familiar, this happened like a year after this case started, or this case happened, and very, very similar. You'll see a lot of the same things here. The narrative was man kills wife, domestic abuse or whatever, and they were able to open and close that case super quick. But everything's laid out. Everything makes sense. This one, nothing makes sense on this. If you go off the narrative, it doesn't make sense. And you get to see how they communicate with each other. You get to see how everything is going. And if this was fumbled because let's say they, for instance, had personal issues going on, shame on them, because that's terrible. Is they just drug this man's name through the mud for no reason, and they allowed people to look at his wife like she's absolutely just nuts. It depends on the theory you're, of course, looking at the false narratives. That's what they are. You look at the pack theory, then you've got Kamel being crazy and David being crazy. And then you've got the police narrative, which is David just kind of lost it and killed his wife and kid and then killed himself. Well, we know they don't happen. Once again, we've already proven that it's impossible for that to have occurred. Absolutely and quite literally impossible. So, but that's what they did, and that's unfortunate. But that never ceases to amaze me as police do this often. A lot more often than I'd really like to see it happen. I'd rather not see it happen at all, but that's a perfect world there, and we definitely live in a very fallen world, so. But yeah, that's why they have this crappy camera here, and my God, just hire a photographer, Jesus. Yeah, they may not want to come in on this, so you're hiring for a lot of money, but that teaches you, go get a better camera. You're dropping like $3,000 on a camera, one-time deal type of thing, and then your upkeep. That's not hard. Something breaks, okay, another $3,000. It's worth it. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension should have had a better camera. That's statewide. They should have, but they didn't. So, but we're looking at all sorts of funny things here. But it's the same thing we've been looking at. This streak here, you can see the angle of it. Something was drugged this way. Right? And it was forcefully drugged this way. Could this have been Kamel's leg? That's a question that I had when I initially saw this. So I can't show the bodies as usual, but could this have been? Well, if that's the case, and if it was to be her leg there, I don't think it matches up. From what I can see, it does not appear to. Alright, so from here, you're not going to get the reddish color, right? Even here, there's some reddish, but right here, you won't get a whole lot of red. I'd have to take you back to this photo here. And I'd have to zoom in. And I'll brighten it up so you can see it right here. And you can do just a quick glance, and you can actually, with the eyedropper, you can use that just to be more specific. Whoops, oh, that's on brightness. Whoopsies. Amateur mistake. You can see, if you look over, you should be able to see it up there. I'll bring this over a little more so everybody can see this a little more clearly. Should be able to see it a little better. Just look where this thing keeps falling around. Stay in this area where it's concentrated. It's not a whole lot, keep that in mind. This is the concentrate. This right here is absorption. Concentrate. Which means that's the point of impact. Absorption. Then you can go outside here and you can take a look and you see how it differs. Yeah, it's probably my annoying noise there, but besides the point, you can see how it differs. I can just go right down it and you see it just dips. Right as you go over that concentrate. There you go. So, that is that. I think that should be far enough. Let me see. Perfect, there we go. Alrighty, let's see. Next one we've got this one here. The reason I wanted to look at this one is because this is when this is on the ground. Which means we've got questions. Again, why is the knife here? And especially if you look at the position of the knife, it's covered in hair. It's got hair over it. It's got stuff over it. This hit the ground. Now this also had blood in it. So this tested for blood. And you look at the position. Because now we're looking at layers, right? We're seeing hair is layering over this. So that knife was on the ground first, then the hair. That's fine. That can line up with the narrative all we want. That doesn't matter. But that just shows that, yes, this wasn't dropped off of anything. This was just there. Then the hair was next. Okay? So it would be good to find out whose blood was on this. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I can find out right now. Go ahead and do that right now. Oh, it wasn't there. Go ahead and take a look and see whose blood was found on the knife. Knife was nuclear DNA tested. It had David, Kamel, Renee, and other, so we cannot exclude 0.005% of the 2015 global population. Therefore, it's about 366,950 people. So I haven't yet. This is literally some of the first times I've done this. I've done this on a few other photos. I don't remember which ones they were, but I didn't do it on these at all. This is literally my first time doing it. This is all live on that. So, but back on the number here. So the 366,950 people, how many of them would have been in Minnesota? And that's how we can basically figure out how many people this could have possibly been. But it has have David, Kamel, and Rania, and an other on there, right? So that means it could be very well somebody that's related to one of them. It could have been somebody else handled, right? So maybe Kamel handled it. But if you look at what was tested, I believe it was the blood on the inside. That's weird. It shouldn't be testing positive for David and Kamel and Rania and other, unless this was used. Something was used. This knife was used. As for what, I don't know. They only found a little bit of it, therefore it was probably used and attempted to be cleaned. right. You got to look at the type of person David was. David probably had that on him at all times. This is probably something that was taken after he was killed. Because now we got to look at things like, for instance, is it possible to fake a animal bite, like tearing? Yes, I believe it is. I can't prove it at this point. I've been looking at it for about a week now, because I've been thinking about that pretty hard on it, and it's been something that's kind of bounced around in my head for a bit now. But this last week, it's just been really just hitting me. Is this possible? I think it is. And this depends on the type of knife you use, the type of tools you're using. Well, and that's the thing. You got to ask yourself, look at the crime scene. Look at all these other things there that are staged. Right. And some of these things are taking time. But the thing is, they didn't account for instance, were mold. And I want to look and find things that were actually on like CSI and all this. I'm going to run a reference on it. Just a little cross-reference. I want to see how much this was like on CSI, like forensic mycology. How much that was done. Because that they couldn't account for that. Or if they were trying to, then that had to have been. I've got a feeling that was on one of those shows. This is somebody, like I said, I really feel like this is somebody that watched a lot of those types of shows. I mean, I can almost put together a personality profile of the type of person that would have done this. Based on how this crime scene is set up. I can almost do it. I have to finish vetting everything out before I can do it, but I can do it at that point. Therefore, we can actually cross-reference with people. And we've already deduced this has to have been this would have had to have been somebody that they were comfortable with. Somebody they knew. They were comfortable. Had to have been. If there was somebody they weren't comfortable with, they wouldn't have let them in the house. They would have been forced in the house. And if they were forced in the house, we would have seen evidence of this. There was no evidence of that. So this has to have been done by somebody they knew. And you can see this based on the kitchen, that whole setup. You can see with the hair coloring and all this, it was being, the box was on top of the trash. Most likely she had just then was getting, doing her hair, with hair dye, or she was getting ready to. But we don't see any of the other materials. I didn't see them, at least. I only saw the box. So I think it was set up. I absolutely feel it was set up. This is a case where it appears to be very, very much somebody was trying to set it up in a way that made it look like David did it, and anticipating the police weren't going to really look into it too hard. And then try to lean on the politics of the situation because, well, we know that also plays a part in some of these cases. There's been cases, and I'd have to go look over them. I mean, I don't know any off the top of my head, but I know there have been cases that they appear to be one way based on the politics of the time. And I know they're trying to remain non-biased, and let's be honest, who can actually fully remain non-biased? I can't even, and even on my podcast, I crack jokes sometimes, about a certain person and party. But besides the point, but I just try to give the news just as it is. But even I've got bias. But that does occur. So look at the article that was pushed. Look at what's going on. Look at the election. Look how everything was being positioned, right? Gun control is a hot topic. They saw this guy and like, haha. We know this guy. Gun nut. Easily could have been done that way. And that could have been known. And those that knew him probably knew enough on that. I suspect this is also... I'm going to have to hold off on some of the things I was going to say, but I suspect a lot. There's a lot of things on this I can't divulge because then it gets too... It'll narrow down a lot on who I'm... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We do. We really do. The inflation says it all. Dementia is a really terrible thing. What can I say? But yeah, this comes down to a lot of stuff on this, and politics do unfortunately play a huge part sometimes in cases because they need a patsy to fall on things, so that way they can go get policies run. Look at the Route 91, that case, that Stephen Paddock. Look at that entire situation. There's a lot there that doesn't add up. So, a lot of things playing on in that during that time that just seems too good to be true, right? So there's things like that are going on. You know, it's like, looking at the JFK, right? They want to just say it's a magic bullet. Now, were politics a thing on this? Kind of, but not really. Wasn't necessarily politics. It was policy. But that was stuff that was behind the scenes. That's why they try to go and they come up with these really, really outlandish things. I mean, like, look at 9/11. You know, that was an inside job. You'd literally have to have less than 2 brain cells to be able to see it was not an inside job. Jet fuel doesn't get that hot to be able to go and collapse that way. I know it might seem insulting to people, but, you know, by me saying you have to have less than 2 brain cells to be able to see that. But, you know, I'm not trying to be, like, insulting. It's just the whole thing that when it comes down to it, rather, I'm not trying to be malicious. I should put it that way. I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm making a joke of it to some degree, but it's that type of a scenario. They've tried to make this seem less obvious. Whoever did this, and like I said, I don't suspect this was done by one person. I don't think it's possible by somebody they would have been comfortable with. That's about as much as I can say on that one. If this would have taken multiple people. Unless this person that they were comfortable around had a background that wasn't visible to the public. If you know what I'm saying. This person would have to have, I mean, David, and this isn't me trying and go and, you know, fanboy David or anything, but David was prepped. He was ready. This guy had the training that if somebody came into the house, they would have had to have come in firing right in, or get the jump on him. David, you could see who he didn't trust and who he liked and all this. So, no, it's all good. I can't say for sure. I could see it happening there. I can also see it not happening there because I have questions about the trash. Recently, I was informed, and I don't know where this data is at, but this has been thrown out there, that a neighbor had apparently carried out the trash and brought it back. I have yet to read that. And if somebody did, maybe I'm missing it, right? Maybe I just missed that somehow. But the trash was taken out. This is just after Christmas. Where's the Christmas wrapping paper? And I don't know many families that celebrate Christmas that don't wrap their presents. In fact, I can't name one. I've never known any family to not do that, especially if they've got kids. They wrap them. They want that surprise. That's surprise factors. That's the whole thing. What do we do with Christmas? I mean, it's pagan. It's not really truly a Christmas or a you know. It's, I mean, looking on the history. I mean, that's where it gets into. But yeah. Besides the point, I can go on and on and on about that. Holidays. Yeah. Where's the Christmas wrapping paper? Where's the Christmas wrapping paper on the house? These things, they matter. You know, did they just buy enough just to go and wrap that? Well, then we can go and look at the numbers. When they go to the store, what store, and were they able to go and purchase it this way? Did they purchase it through Amazon? Did they purchase this through an actual store? We can go over those numbers and actually take a look. So I'm saying all these things, everything is laid bare. So these police, these detectives, I have respect for police officers that actually uphold the Constitution and do their job the way it's supposed to be done. I'll always have respect for people that do their job the way it's supposed to be done assuming it's legit and legal and not messed up. Like I would never think like an assassin, some kind of a hitman, or a hit squad. Oh yeah, these guys have got a 100% completion rate, and you order it for that, you drop that 50K, and they'll have that done in within the hour. Well, I'm not glad they're efficient. I have nothing good to say about that. I'm like, well, but you're scum. I mean. Why aren't the police arresting them? That's my big. Why aren't the police arresting them instead? Oh, they're good at their job. They cover the tracks. They point in the other direction and things like this. So it's, you don't have to worry about that. Well, what? Yeah, no. The cops need to be trained on how to take these guys down now. But that's what I'm getting at. See, I will have respect for people that do their job, and this goes to any of my coworkers that are listening. That counts you guys that are actually doing your job, which is next to none of you. Yeah, enough said there. Frustrations, that's all I gotta say. But my point here is these police officers and investigators are just... we got to see what they're like on Pencock. So we know what they're capable of. You look at them fumbling on this a year prior, when this is just a drop in the bucket in the time these guys are all detectives. Why are they that much better now, 1 year later? There's not a whole lot of homicide that occurs in their area. Okay, so you'd have to look at how many cases is Gummert attached to, how many cases is Cooksley attached to. You'd have to look at all this. You'd have to look and see. And how many are they all attached to together? So, there's a lot to look at still. But end of the day, there's a lot of fumbling. So, let's take a look at this invert real quick. Let's take a look. Now, the interesting part here is you see all these little dark hairs. I'm going to go and take the invert off so you can see it. These are the light-colored hairs everybody's talking about. Now, this is the part that gets interesting. Now, look how coated things are with that. That just came off Paleo's underside, right? Because that's where the white's at. That just came off there. Too much, in my opinion. I think there's just a little too much of these white hairs throughout it. Now, that's what's great about this, is we're going to be able to see these a lot clearer. From here, you can see them, but it's like... it doesn't stand out as much. You do this, bam, now they stand out hard. Right? They're everywhere. They're in the other hair. They're everywhere. You got David's leg right here. Why is it under the blanket? He couldn't have put it under the blanket. Then we're looking at the trajectory, and you're looking at where's the blood spatter, where's the pool of blood, yada, yada, yada. It always comes back to that. So, but interesting, right? Let's go to the next one. Now we're going to look at some more area where things were moved. Now you see it. So now you see, here's what the turd does. Here's a little turd here. It's a little longer turd. I hate to talk about poop. I really do. But unfortunately, I'm the poop guy. So now I'm not sure if this was drug. Possibly was. But we're seeing this is different than the other poop he had. Could this be a change in diet? I'm not saying he didn't feast on the bodies at all. I'm not saying that at all. So just to make that very clear. Definitely not saying that. But what I am saying is that we can differ real quick. Boop. This is going to be probably a newer poop. Or not newer, but older ones. Ones where he had been just beginning to feast. It's longer. This is probably going to be like a looser stool. But here's the thing we still don't see. There is no vomit. as far as we know, and there is no diarrhea, which change in diet would occur. Feel free to ask the vet that. That would be a good question right there, actually. But when we go and invert this, now you get to see the way this is getting pushed. You see it this way, some of it kind of blends in. I could see how people could miss that. It's fine, maybe a little bit at least, but and then this way, it's just, well, it's white on a very dark blue, so you can see it pretty clearly. You see also the little other blood speckles and all this. And what do we have here? Awfully messy over here. Well, if it was a 50-50 thing, but then we'd have to see, okay, did he tear open the bag? There's a lot of things like this that would come into it because we don't see the food bowl anywhere. We'd have to be able to confirm the food bowl there. We know that they had one, but if he's only eating the flesh and just that, but he wasn't. That's the thing. We'd have to be able to confirm he was just eating nothing but the kibble, maybe some wet food or something like this, but it comes into a different type of meat. We're not sure if he was eating it after they'd been dead for a bit or if it was like fresh, right? We don't know this. That's also there's a lot of factors in that too. And I know there's been vets that people have talked to and like, well, based on this, and yeah. But then we have to look at time. So, I mean, the question I would ask is, so would the stool be runny? Right? And, what other kinds of things would occur through the dog if they were eating rotten meat, right? Rotten flesh. Maybe a new type of meat they're not used to. Because the thing is, if you focus on one type of diet, your body adjusts to it, right? Not always. I mean, which is true. Not always does it adjust. Some people just like their body. They can just eat the same diet for a long time, be fine. And they could switch up to something else, and it doesn't really affect them all that much. Like me, I cut something out for a month, and I come back to it, and it wreaks hell. So that's a poor diet, I would say. But I digress. It's more laziness than anything else. But besides the point, it's enough about me. But the thing here is, there's not a whole lot of diarrhea. There's not any vomiting. Consuming as much hair as they are claiming he would have consumed, that's not good for the internal health on any animal, right? So some of that stuff will clog your innards up. It's kind of like bubble gum, for instance. It's the same thing. That's why they say don't swallow bubble gum. Well, yeah, it gets stuck in your intestines. It can come out still. Well, once again, that would come down to if that was rotten or not, if I'm not mistaken. Because if it's rotten flesh, I believe the dog it would basically make him sick, because it would be almost the same as us eating rotten meat, like a food poisoning type thing. So I'm not going to get into more about me on that one, but I know that one. Yeah, I appreciate that too. So it's one of those things. If it's rotten or rotting, like decomposing, and I know that depends on the stage of decomposition it is and how many days it's been sitting there, the bacteria that would have been able to get into it. There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of different things. They can definitely play a factor in it. But this I found interesting though, because you're seeing these long streaks in blood. Blood spatter doesn't do that. I mean, that's That's you don't even have to go to 101 for that. You can. That's obvious, but blood spatter doesn't streak like this at all. So, yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like a lot of vets stuff. You know, we'd be looking at like a vet that would be taking forensic like forensics. You know, like learning about like the different types of things his veterinarian skills can go into it, and like putting 2 and 2 together and all this. It's a lot of different things, and I would never hope a vet would ever test that. But at the same time, if they have, please send me the data. That'd be fantastic. I would love to know this. Just, you know, future reference for myself. Just saying. It'd just be good to know. As I like to be able to, you know, get on top of things as quickly as possible. Hey, you know, you know, like trivia games, for instance. I love playing trivia, and I like to be that guy in that trivia, like, hey, I know this one. Like, what? Why do you know this? Well, got a funny story for you. My wife hates it. That's why she doesn't like playing trivia with me. Fun fact right there. She likes to be on my team, though, so there's that. But caused a lot of family drama for me with my side. But that being said, it's a good thing to know. You know, for this case specifically, would that play an effect, right? But we have this here. It's all good. It's all good. But we know that these are streaks here, so this looks potentially like something was drug here a little bit. It could have just been like a piece of fabric, a piece of plastic. I'm, you know, not, you know, hint, nudge on that one. But, you know, trash is missing. There's some of this going on here. I'm already trying to, like, does this puzzle piece fit here? This looks like a damn good fit. And it's not me trying to force it. It's, does this fit? Does this actually fit here? That's something I don't know. Doing puzzles in the dark. Not a fun one. Just going to say it that way. All right. So there's not really a whole lot on this that I can see other than that. It's the big thing here is you see 2 directions of blood. You got one that kind of curves. You can always look at it from this direction too. And then you got this direction here. This right here looks more like this is probably like a punch, a kick, something where it's not high speed. You know, this is not a, I don't remember the exact terminology for it. I should know this, but I don't. Basically, this is not caused from a gunshot. Right there, if this was from a gunshot, there's a lot of other factors that play into it, which would be, we'd be looking at speed reduction on exit. Like, we're talking severe drop. This is more like getting hit with something, like hit with like a hammer, a bat, a fist. This kind of thing can happen. But you're getting hit hard still, because to make your blood fly like that, I mean, you still got to get hit pretty hard. And especially as David's not just going to take that. You know, he would have to probably been held. And for people he was comfortable with, David was probably one of the bigger ones. The ones that we know he was comfortable with. I'll put it that way, that we know of. It had to have been. So, I think there's definitely, this shows more proof of that there was, he could have been held. You know, like held back and then just beaten. He could have been hit. This other thing, could we check the butt of the gun? Could he have been hit with the butt of the gun? Could that have caused this? Well, maybe not to this extent, maybe not, but this is 2 different directions. I'm assuming somebody was hit twice, and if they tested all the blood, is this all Kamel's blood? Well, they didn't test all. They only tested a few spots, so we don't know for sure. But we do know that the blood itself, if you were to go and just zoom in here, you know, blood doesn't go that far out. Okay. See, it's almost like it stops here. And it looks like an abrupt stop. The thing is, that's not how the blood spatter works necessarily. It would have kind of a spray still after it hits, and then just You'd have the like excess depending on how hard it hit, how far off the ground he was. He could have been kicked. I mean, there's all sorts of things that could have been done here. I would have to check and see if they actually did test this blood out here. They tested this blood out here, and this was David's, and well, we know it wasn't because all the blood in the house is Kamel's. Doesn't make any sense. But, and this one, of course, is this one here where we're just going to go and quickly do this. Is show's about over. So, which this is taking a look, oops, wrong direction, at the actual direction. You can actually get a very, very clear direction of, well, directions, which way the blood was flung. This way. Well, yes. Yeah, I believe this way here. I have to get back. I have to check my notes again, because I already have this one noted. I want to say it's that way. I think it's. Look at this screen here. I believe it's right to left, if I'm not mistaken. For this area here, it looks like there's more kind of a coned out spray, but I believe there's 2 or 3 cones here, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I got on my Discord. Just 1 second, I'll bring that up and I'll pop it up. Yeah. So this is some of my earlier work. I'll bring this up. Yeah. So what we do know about this backspray cone, Bcaa tested and concluded that the blood here was Kamel's. When looking at the spray, we can see the cone from the spray. We can't conclude that this is, in fact, oh man, my grammar there, terrible. This is, in fact, either the entrance or exit spray, though, since there is no bullet fragment within the line of trajectory. Casing nearby. We can already basically kind of assume, just based on what we know now, that the bullet fragment itself, if we do know that it was hers, it kind of lines up with this. Kind of. Just put that in air quotes as a kind of lineup. The case nearby, the AVPD and Bcaa found 2 bullet casings within close proximity of the conal spray. And then coagulation, blood coagulation typically occurs between 25 and 30 seconds. However, and that's just when it begins. We don't know for sure if Kamel had taken any of her ibuprofen on the day of her death. Could be assumed, of course, so the time of the shooting could be longer than a projected time. Than projected time. So, and that plays into this because, well, if she was, we know she was on an ibuprofen, like medication, and that's a blood thinner, obviously. So coagulation and stuff. I mean, that affects that. That affects that to a degree. It adjusts the timer and how long it takes for it to like fully like coagulate. But that does adjust some things. That's all it really does. So, but that is what I got for you guys tonight. Like I said, there won't be any gaming stream tonight. I have work to go and get to. But we'll be back tomorrow night. I don't remember what I was doing tomorrow night yet. Let me check. Let's find out what I'm doing tomorrow night, so you guys have a heads up. We are doing... Oh, of course. We're going to be going over the clothing. So we're going to piece it piece by piece. Just to show you guys, I will go and bring these up on screen. So let me close these out real quick so I got some area to work with. Okay, sounds good. Go grab these real quick. They're just in my Google Drive, so. Alrighty, where is it? Clothing. Crime scene, medical examiner. There it is. So, actually, I have a better one. Better one yet. Where is it? Blah, 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 blah. Weird. Huh. Why is it not? Let me bring this up. There it is. Bingo. Alright. So we're going to be going over all this. What does this mean? Well, if you line up all of these photos and you put them on top of each other, how they would have been on the victims, you get a whole different picture. And I'm not going to use all of them. Like, for instance, we don't need the female tattoo, which we know is Kamel. We don't need Kamel or David's tattoos at all. However, we will be looking at male shirt, pants, sweatshirt, t-shirt. We're going to be looking at the female shirt and pants, black t-shirts, both of those, or rather they're just the front. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's, the thing is the really, really interesting one is David. It's, as you see the direction the clearest on David. On Rania, what you see is the decomp, how her body was actually, where it was coming out of. And you know, I mean, everybody can look at it and be like, oh, okay, it was coming out of her left side. Side she was laying on. Yeah. But then you see the weird tears on David's pants. And you see the flow of blood on David. So, I actually just recently heard an interesting theory that his throat was slit. You know, I can get into that one. I can explain a little bit more on that one. I don't think he was. Not at the time right now. I don't think he was. I'm still looking at it, but I don't think there's enough to really state his throat was slit. But I will state that you only see it really going down his left side. You see some blood on his right side, but not to the extent that you do his left side. It almost looks like he was holding somebody. That's why when I was talking about the whole order of deaths, Rania, David, then Kamel, I think David might have been holding Rania after she was shot. Right? I think he was holding her. I think he was grieving. I think he was completely taken off guard. Whoever came in and did this, they had this planned out. They had a very solid plan on how to take David out. They assessed his weaknesses and his strengths. proving once again they were watching him at the very least. These are people that knew that whoever did this, they knew David. They knew him well. If this was somebody that was random, they were stalking him, so that it would be to that extent. So is this an obsessive fan? Are we looking at another Selena event? No, I don't think so. This is somebody that they had a reason. I think this is somebody that had enough reason to do something. And the question is why would they go and just commit this instead of just move on? Right? But of course not. But we will be back tomorrow, same time, about 10. Well, I'm aiming for 10. We're going to go over close, but I'll hit up social media. Tomorrow I'm aiming about like 6:30, 7 o'clock to hit everybody up, let everybody know what's going on. Expect Death of the Family trailer 2 to be dropping tomorrow. I got to find out if Greg is going to be... if he's going to be able to go and drop a quick audio file or quick video. But we'll see. But I want to get that next trailer out because, well, it needs to be out. And there's still stuff to cover, but I think we have enough right now to basically just 1,000,000,000% clear David's name. So should be enough. But I want to make sure everything is clear and concise. All this, everything is put together nicely. So hopefully that'll be out soon. But trailer 2, that will be out. I'm aiming for tomorrow midday. So expect that, and we will see you guys tomorrow night at hopefully around 10 p.m. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys then. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry I'm running a little late. Had some hiccups with some of my computer programs. Things like earlier today, my computer crashed as I was finishing up on everything I needed to go and upload my podcast. So I do apologize. Those that are waiting for the podcast to appear today, it will actually be appearing tomorrow, somewhat early is the goal. As for the Murder of the Gray State, sorry, not Murder of the Gray State, but Death of the Family trailer number 2, that will be out tomorrow. Once again, almost done with it today. Computer crashed. I know what the issue is. It's something I'm trying to resolve, so it'll probably be at least a few weeks to a month or so before I can actually get that fully resolved. All right. So, but you guys are going to be taking a look through Photoshop, this lens again. Now this is going to be, we're going to be doing a few things here. We're going to be inverting images and things like this. We're actually going to go and take a look at the blood on the clothing. Now, that may seem a little weird, but why are you stacking all this clothing on there? The reason being is you can see the flow of blood. Now that is a big thing here when it comes to this case. By being able to see which way the blood flows, which side of the body was on, which side of the body it wasn't on, right? Or it wasn't really on that much, tells us a number of things. So I'll be bringing up files. You're going to hear a lot of clicking. I do apologize, but unfortunately, I see the nature of the beast here. We're going to be bringing up all sorts of different medical examiner photos. So you can see from our little trusty friend here, the male disaster sketch. I didn't do it, of course, but somebody else did. We're going to use this for David, and then we have the female one for Renia and Carmel. Right, so we're going to be chugging along with those. So you'll see me bust some things out, new files popping up, things like that. So, not a big deal. Don't be alarmed. It's just how we're doing things. We're going to be fitting things on here so you can see directly how everything would have been put on. So just to kind of show some things, for instance, underneath the undershirt we have the pants. Underneath the pants you have the boxers. Underneath the boxers, well, we have our model here. Right? Is that David's physique? No, David was in, I would argue, probably much better shape than this guy here before his death. So, I mean, if you listen to what he has to say in his journal about you know, how muscular he was getting, you know, then yeah, you'd have to assume. But he was in shape, and that's the thing. That's what matters here. Is this guy was in probably better shape than this sketch was. Also, this dude's bald. David was not. So there's that too. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna keep placing things. If you guys got questions, things like this, feel free, join in, ask away. If you guys aren't, you know, let's say you guys don't agree with my assessment here, that's fine. Jump in. Let me know. What don't you guys agree with and why? All right. So now we got this one. I'm going to go unlock this so we can bring that over to here. We're going to make this a little small just that way I can go ahead and edge out these areas that aren't of really any value. All it basically tells us is where the lighting's at, which isn't too big of a deal. And you can tell by laying this out, this had decomp fluid here. Okay, but that's not really all that important for what we're doing here. All right. No, this isn't going to be 100% perfect, but you're going to see basically how this would have been stacked. Essentially. So we could actually just drop this here. You can see this is how he would have been dressed. In case you guys are wondering where are the bracelets at, I have it right here, and we can't really put them on. I can, but I'm not going to, because A, these aren't really the right direction. These would have been on here. This would have been, we would have seen the top of the pleather / leather, whatever that material is. Most likely leather. Same thing here. We would have seen these leather straps on top. So they would have been this direction here. So for those that are interested in that, that is how things are. But not a big deal here. So this is what we're looking at here. And if I were to just go like, let's say, like that. Go like this. What was this at? 49%. We'll say 49% then. All right. And then we're going to say 49. Actually, we can just go and turn these off. And what do we get here? We see directly where this is all lined up. So this should be overhanging a little bit over his pants. Sorry about the crudely drawn genitalia there. Can't really do much about that. And then, of course, the pants. Okay, so they fit. This goes roughly where they would go. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to bring this back to 100%. And this guy right here is going to go to 100%. All right, so now we can actually take a look. Okay, well, which way did the blood go? Well, right here is going to be his right hand, which he was missing. Funny, you'd think if you're missing an arm or a hand, some kind of an appendage, you're going to have a lot more blood. Most likely, it's going to be up on this one, right? He's covered in blood. Now we know this, okay? So we know the blood is flowing what appears to be downward and to the right, but there's some blood here. Now what can this have been caused from? Well, there's bludgeoning. Well, now we got all this right here to look at. The spots. Does this necessarily mean there was blood spray? Could. But then you got to look at the angle of it. This is on David here. Okay. Look how this is hitting him. He had blood that's right here. Okay. His clothes were crinkled up. He was holding something. This is what this appears to be. That's what we were talking about last night. So we know the blood is flowing down this way. How can we tell? Well, we can see. Look at the outline here. You can see that it is flowing downward. So he was standing when this occurred. And blood is flowing down. Then we keep going. Because from here, we know this would have been just over here. So let's go ahead, reduce the opacity a little bit. We can see on the pants. In fact, I can just go like, go and do like this. You can see where that lines up. That lines up right here. Keeps going down the left leg. Okay. And it goes down pretty far. Now you see there's some blood spatter here. Like some blood dropped and things like this. But now keep in mind, if this guy was painting blood, right? He's painting with blood, right? Smearing it on the wall. This makes sense then. Not so much. We know there had to have been two hands. Okay. We know this because I already broke that one down. It was a left and right hand combo. They also didn't test for DNA. Well, let me break that down further. Let me get directly into it so I can just state the facts. So I love why I made this here. Lab analysis. So we're going to go over the evidence real quick, just to confirm. So, swab of apparent blood, which is the second A in Allahu. Okay, keep in mind, it's big A, two little L's, big A, big H, big U. Okay, so all Ahu. All Ahu. Okay, interesting. So we know there was a DNA test on that one, and only that one, which appeared to be Kamel's. We know that there was an evidence tag for the K or B in Akbar, but they didn't do any testing on it. They should have, because we don't know for sure, right? If and you would really, honestly, in all honesty here, because David's missing his head, I'm missing his right arm or right hand. Renea's missing her right shoulder right out of her socket. And then Kamel's missing both her hands and her head. They should be checking. There's also no pools of blood anywhere. Where's the bucket? Where's the container that had the blood? Were they literally just dipping down? Was this guy, or if you go off the narrative, was David just dipping down? Jumping off the couch, grabbing a big old handful of Kamel and just right up on the wall? No, I don't think so. Because now that doesn't make any sense unless there's plastic, which would explain the lack of blood. But David doesn't have room for that, right? So that gets into the trash. And if we have time tonight, we're going to go over the 94-page report. Because, like I said last night, there is speculation that a neighbor is literally the one who pulled the trash out from the home and put it back. Why would a neighbor do that? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Why would a neighbor just do that? Well, I didn't see him for a while. Why would you just do that? I've never heard of a neighbor doing that, unless asked. A, they're stepping on their property without permission. And B, I've never heard of a neighbor doing that. It's garbage day for this guy over here, okay? So our area is garbage day, so his garbage isn't out. Nobody's seen him for a while. All right, let's go put his garbage out there. Doesn't make any sense. If you really break it down, it doesn't make any sense. Haven't seen him for a while, let's go and empty his trash. Just, maybe we didn't see him the week before, maybe we didn't see any pickup. Well, you could always, that's a very, very long reach right there to try and say, oh yeah, the neighbor did that. I don't think so. So, let's get back to this though. So this is where we need to be looking at the patterns, the actual shape of the blood, right? These spots like this. Why do they matter? Well, look at it this way. Does this fit into a crunched up area onto this? Could. But now we have to be looking at going like pretty deep in this. So let's go ahead, let's copy this real quick. And we're going to go ahead and multiply it. Now, the reason we're throwing a multiply on this is so we can really enhance it. We can darken it, so now we can get enhancement, right? And we can always go do a step further and, you know, potentially just did it again so we can get the shape a lot darker. You can see areas where there's a lot more, like you can see where the coagulation occurred, like where the heavy areas were for coagulation. You can see that, right? So we could use this third layer. It's not really necessary. We just need the second layer because then we can confirm shape, which is what we need. And then we have to go and look up, well, is this bunched? Well, does this jagged, almost like sideways W shape, does that fit anywhere here? Because now we also have to look at this here. Almost has like a sharp blade, if you will, right here. Does that fit anywhere? The answer is technically yes. I'll show you why. Where is it? It fits there roughly. But now we're missing some other things, which means this has to be crinkled up as well. So if you were to bring this down, it'll match. Matches pretty well. How do we know this is going to match? This here. So this was over here, so which means there's some crinklage. Now you have to ask yourself, what causes crinklage like this? What causes that wrinkle? Well, you can look at, for instance, he's not a big guy, right? He's not heavy. You know, he's not chunky, if you will. You know, this is a guy that's muscular. You know, he's toned up, he's in shape, right? So him moving his arms isn't necessarily running into any like body fat, things like this. If he's running into anything, it's going to go and get it into his skin, right? He's going to be pushing that shirt just like this. Now this matters. I can already hear it. There's somebody out there going, "Wow, you don't know what you're talking about." I do. Just bear with me here. He's got to have some pressure. There's got to be a reason his arm is pushing into himself so he can hold something. Or he's got somebody else that's pulling on him right there, right? It could be an arm. If he goes and dangles, he's holding something. Is what it most likely looks like here. This is our first giveaway. Okay? Shape right here. Darker stain. Matters. They match. Then you got to ask yourself, well, if it's crinkling here and there's this blood here, when you crinkle this up correctly, shouldn't this crinkle up? Fabric can wrinkle in different ways. It can shape in millions of possibilities, really. There's lots and lots and lots of possibilities this could have done, you know, of how it could have wrinkled. If you got that one wrinkle there's a lot of possibilities it could have wrinkled in many other ways. But where does this line up? This right here should go right here. Now, let's test it. So if we have this one here, that lines up pretty well. That means this is also crinkled in. Let's try this one. Now let's go ahead and multiply. Let's go ahead and shift it around a little bit. matches decently. Nothing perfect right here, but it doesn't have to necessarily be perfect. It's got to be a close fit. But then we got to ask ourselves, all right, does this have anything that can connect to it? It's got to have a thick amount of blood, right? Well, let's take a look over here. Is there anything here that would connect? Well, we got thick blood here, which would be connecting right in here. That's got that. It's also got a thicker pool right here. It's got this. You can also see how it kind of wanders off a little bit right in here. So by putting this here, where else does it connect? Well, this can also be pushed up right here, which means this itself was wrinkled in. All of a sudden, this fits in just like that. I'll show you. Just like a puzzle. Keep in mind, there would be multiple wrinkles, so this could get wrinkled in this way, but we know that this piece right here fits here very, very well. The blood itself, the thickness in here, matches with this. Oh, how's it going, Cindy? And, whoops. And this area here, especially this right here, this would fit in here and it matches. Let's go ahead and turn it normal. You can see how it kind of thickens up, almost like a ridge. And it does it all along in here. Well, what do we see here? It thickens up, but it's just a thick spot here. So this was right in here. Right? Okay. So there's that. So we know this right here, that means there's some wrinkles, which means you could already basically assume at this point, well, if you got these two and they're wrinkling this way, it's got to be pushed in. Okay? If you were to go and study the wrinkles itself, how wrinkles work, not everybody's going to have this skill. I used to do comics. I had a superhero with a cape. Wrinkles mattered. Wrinkles can make all the difference between realism and absolute garbage art. Look at Leonardo da Vinci's art. Look at those wrinkles he's got on the Mona Lisa, on some of these characters he drew. You can see all these characters he drew with those wrinkles on this in their clothes. Look at modern artists, Jim Lee. Look at Todd McFarlane. When they have wrinkles in clothes, they might be exaggerated at times, but overall, those wrinkles. Look at a fashion designer. Even you can look at that. Those wrinkles, they'll tell you this matters. Wrinkles, it's like its own study right there. There's a lot to learn about wrinkles. Any artist that does anything with clothing or any kind of fabric will tell you this. Okay, this got experience. I have experience. I can tell you this. So when it comes down to this, if you got something pushing, right, that can cause this, and especially because this would need to get pushed for it to make sense, or this area here needs to get pushed this way. Only possibilities. Now that's literally the only possibilities. So we know to make this fit, this has to kind of puzzle its way in. But then at this point, we got to be looking, if this went over, this is overlapping, then this should continue in a little bit more, but it's not. So therefore, this means this is overlapping, which means this was pushed. So this area here, like I said, this is where I know I've got expertise on. I used to draw capes. I used to draw fabric. I had all sorts of different things I had to draw. So when it came to my comics, and even then, it was a very brutal superhero comic. Vigilante, to be specific, but no, I'm not saying I'm the best artist by any means either. All right, I'm no Jim Lee, but I did an extensive amount of research on how fabric works. Had to, so my character could glide with his cape, right? So that's something we can definitely tell right there. Therefore, this area here had to have been pushed in a specific way, which we're looking. Most likely, I'm going to do this through a new layer. So we're looking. We're looking at something around like that direction. Okay, so it's going to have some kind of an arch, which means this is getting drugged downward. Now, there's other things that can go into this too. Like, for instance, if he's holding somebody, because he's going inward, you've got this forward motion, right? That can achieve some of it, but there would have to be some pull still, some pull down. Now, this can be achieved by holding something there. So if you've got somebody here, and you're kind of like, holding them, like you're kind of holding them like you've sunk in yourself, like you're bending over a little bit, This is when you can get this type of motion here. Okay? So you're holding somebody, in that type of position, this here, okay, you're going to kind of see this kind of downward motion here. And then if you're also going forward, you're leaning your top half forward, okay, this is going to mostly stay still. This here. Wherever you're bending at is going to be the one where you're going to get some movement. So this can have some movement, right? And it'll come more inward like that. So that's what we'd be looking at here. Oops. So, any questions, concerns? Believe me, I got more I can say on this, so expect more. But this is what we got for that. Now, like I said, if he's holding somebody, look at the size. This is mostly from David holding somebody. Now, let's go ahead and let's create a duplicate of this. And we're going to go multiply this again for darkness sake. We can always go ahead and soft light it. There's a lot of different things we can do here. Actually, exclusion isn't so bad. We can see that too. We're just going to goof around and see what kind of layers really get that red to pop. So multiply is not going to be a good one. Linear dodge. Not bad. Yeah, not to mention also look at all the white fur. That's the other thing we want to pay attention to. Let's take a look at all that white fur. So Paleo did all that? Really? Call him BS. Not to mention this here. This is kind of a weird thing here. This looks more like a footprint or a shoe print. I mean, just look at it for a second. Look at how these areas are spaced. This is all scrunched in. Why would this be scrunched in? We're looking at a pretty good size. This is a portion of David's leg right there. That's going to be something that would pin him down. Could pin him down. Look at the... Let me outline it real quick. We'll go with... we'll go with green. Nah, we'll go with yellow. Bright yellow. If you look at this, this is a good size. It's a lot to scrunch. You know who can't do that scrunch? Paleo. So my question for the detectives on this case were, well, did David step on his own leg like this? I know the answer is going to be no. Like, why would he? How could he? Or Kamel did it, right? Now, the thing is, this is where the pack theory becomes a little more clear. Not saying it did happen, because we know for a fact it didn't. But this is where that becomes more credible than even what the police have got. Kamel was alive after David and Renia. We know this because of mold. Now, we can also conclude this could also be mold growing on the clothes, which it does appear to be. Now, we know that a dog was here and moving around a lot all over David. Now, this could be from the underside. Bingo. This is a dog that was there temporarily. It appears this way. Why? Because you're 100% correct. The couch should be covered in white dog hair if it was paleo. 100%. It should be all over the place. We don't see any white dog hair anywhere. Exactly. You guys can go ahead and scan every single picture we have of the couch, on top of the couch and all this. You won't see it. If you do, please send me a direct message. Send me a link proving this. Do whatever, do whatever you have to. I'll check it out. We'll see, right? But the chances of actually anybody doing that, I know, is next to none. Even if they did have it, it's still the whole thing of would they message me? I doubt it. I would certainly hope people from the Justice for David Crowley and family would share that. Bingo. Now the question is why? Now we can argue that the underside and the belly and all this of paleo, he has white on him. Sure, we can argue that. And we can clearly see there's other dog hair on here. But that's not enough, because we're seeing it all over the place. So is paleo just literally just walking over David the whole time? I know the answer is no. He's not. Where's the scavenging? Well, let's go take a look at this shirt again. Do we see evidence of scavenging? Now, I'm not going to show the photo, but I do actually have to consult the bodies right now. Because now we need to see, well, consulting the bodies. Yeah, I can't blame you. So, if one were to go look at David's wrist, so he only had the undershirt and the regular shirt on. He didn't have like another... Right. Thing is, we never get a good look of that appendage. We never do. But what we can see is we know that he didn't have a long sleeve shirt under his long sleeve shirt. We know he had a shirt. It's a gray shirt. Which I'll bring up in just a second. PDS, I think, is where it's at. No. Crime scene and medical examiner. So there's a gray shirt. Let me go and bring that up right now. It's this one. Okay, this is a male t-shirt. Let's go and fit this over the white one. We already know this is it. All right, let me go and do my adjustments real quick. We're going to go ahead and remove unnecessary area. There we go. We know this fits this. Now, I want you guys to take note on this. We're going to go ahead and we're going to reduce opacity on this. Now take a look at the blood. We know the blood matches. But now we're seeing more blood. Right? We're also seeing more decomp fluid. How is he getting decomp fluid up here? Unless he was face down. This is decomp fluid, mind you. All of this right here, it's not red, that's decomp fluid. Sorry for the grotesque imagery here, but that is what that is. So his body was moved from face down to face up. Now, I'd love for somebody to tell me, oh, well, paleo did that. I would love for somebody to try and do that, because here's the thing. Paleo was a tiny little thing. He was not going to be able to move David in dead weight. No. Not like that. Flipping him over like that? Nah. Absolutely not. So, his body was flipped. We know this because you can see this area here. I'm going to go and let's bring this here so that way I can. Do I already have that here? Yes, I do. We got decomp fluid here, all the way in through here, all the way through here. You know, of course, we have it down there too, but this is the part to pay very, very close attention to, is right here. Now, why though? Well, look at this thicker stuff up here. This is from being face down. You look at the back area. All this area right here. That's when he was flip face up. Now, for those saying, well, you know, bodies move after they die, they don't flip over like this. Right? Likelihood, and you would have an amalgamation of a ton of different things, different factors that would have to be put into place for that to occur. The likelihood is, I would say, less than a 0.1%. I would even say less than a 0.01%. There wasn't anything to really, from the crime scene, to show that this is a possibility. Did he convulse after being shot? And then he just kind of convulsing, just flips himself over. Really? Well, that doesn't explain it. He would have to be doing it after he died and his body was decomposing, because decomp fluid. So if the decomp fluid is there, are those people going to be saying, well, he convulsed after death? Is that his movement? Right. Okay. Check your math again. Go ahead and quadruple and maybe check it another 100 more times. You're going to find every single time it's wrong. It's impossible. Pretty much impossible. Convulsion after death is not going to be a thing. Right? So, that's already wrong. We'll go ahead and shrink this a little bit more so that way it fits. So today we got to still fit this here. It's going to fit the cadaver. Right. And at this point, we just got to make sure this fits. go. So let's get, once again, let's go ahead and take a look. Does this match? Well, we know these two, they do match. You can look at the edges on this, it matches. Something like this. All right. But either way, his body itself was, he was holding something. So we can already prove this, so. No. We can see the direction of the blood. You go ahead and close these out. We're going to go and put together Kamel's next. And then we're going to go and review these. Let me go save this real quick. Okay. So we're going to move this one all the way over here. Whoops. This one's going to be Kamel. So let's go get hers. So we know she was wearing the Gray State shirt. We know that she was wearing these gray pants. We know that she was wearing the corset, sweater, and the socks. All right, that's easy enough. Let's go ahead and get these plopped in here. We also know that we've got female disaster we need to throw up here, so I can get that one going. All right. Huh. All right. Neat. This looks like crap. Oh, this looks like absolute garbage over here. Okay. There's like just, I mean, it's not supposed to be transparent, but that's fine. All right, I'll just go and there we go. Voila. Okay, and I'll just go and copy. I'll do that over here. There we go. Alrighty. So we know we got the black shirt and the corset, so let's go pull the corset first because she had that underneath her shirt. I don't really know how corsets work. I'm going to consult Google. Not a female, so. Right. This is something that's fabric. So, it's probably from the back, is what it seems to be. Maybe not. I don't know about these things. I'm afraid to open any of these links, so not gonna go ahead and open any of those, but we're just gonna assume this is the way it opens in the back. Oh, this is the back right here. Oh, well, then in this case, well, then let's go and do a quick little transform, and we're gonna go and flip it horizontally. The reason we're going to open it horizontally. Wait, what am I doing? No, I'm wrong. We're going to leave it this way. Wait, no, I was right. Wait, I was definitely right. Okay, the reason we're doing it this way. This is going to be the right side here. Okay, we know this is going to be over here. If this opens from the front here, this is going to be the right side. That'll be here. This will be over here. Okay. So let's go ahead and remove this excess here on this image. And let's go and shrink it in size. Would this be the right way? Edit. So let's go ahead and switch it back, horizontal. Yeah, either way, it's not going to look right. So we've got this. It's going to go this. So you can see this is the side this goes. And I'm going to go and transform this so we can see which side this goes. Wait, I got them wrong. Okay. No, I don't. There we go. Okay. So this is for that side. This is for this side. Now, chances are this blood here and this blood here caused from the hands, which means she was leaning more on her right side. All right, so we got the corset figured out. Let's go ahead and get the shirt. Now this is another interesting one because this is a black shirt, okay? This right here is decomp fluid. Now, right, bingo, no decomp fluid there. So it was probably tied pretty tight. Either that or it was pretty loose. Either way, there's two different options we can take here. It's either really loose and allowed for the bloating, or it was really tight, which pushed the bloating outward toward different areas, right? Which does appear to be the case. I'm leaning more on it as on pretty tight. And you got to remember, she's got blood underneath. Okay. Also appears to be what appears to be a handprint here. We know this is the way her shirt was shuffled up. It looks a little funky, but this does appear to be more bodily fluids here, like some decomp. All right, so let's go ahead and decrease this size here. And this is a thick-necked woman, I'm just saying. So we want this to line up. The neck is going to be the part that we want to line up the most. All right. So our shirt was. You can see this anyways because of the shift. There's a lot going into it. There's like, it's a pull down but a pull up type of motion. But we got that going. And then we got the pants. Oh, of course there's that too. Let's go get this real quick. There we go. Let's go ahead and start getting rid of all this excess here. And hers is an interesting case here. And this is why. One side's pulled up, one side's pulled down. Now, this type of motion, now this is an interesting one, since we're looking about right about here. This is where things get a little interesting here, because this type of motion, we know this is getting pulled up, and we know this is getting pulled down. Right? So something is catching on the shirt, pulling down while it's getting pulled up, but something's also pulling on the shirt while this is getting pulled down. It's bizarre, but it's possible. Just likelihood is there's something else going on with this, right? But we already know that doesn't necessarily matter on this. This isn't showing a whole lot of that. This is just laid out. But we're just going to go and put this here for the sake of this, and we know that right about here's the back of the neck, right there. All right. So next we got the pants. Let's get these. I can actually increase the size so I can work with this a little bit better. There we go. We're going to get a whole lot of deletion here. Whoops. Let's go ahead and we're going to delete all of that. And let's grab this and let's throw them down. Probably something along these lines right here. Make sure the shirts go underneath. There we go. This is probably what it was looking like here. Now, same thing, you can start seeing some activity here. Now we see there's some blood here. There's some blood over here. There's no blood here, but there's blood here. There's decomp here. Now we'd have to go and start lining things up here. Let's go ahead, and this would have probably been somewhere on this size here. Go ahead and shrink them together so they're where they're equal. It's probably somewhere around this range here. Let's take a look at this picture again. This still doesn't line up with this. This would line up with this. But if this is the, and this could easily just be opposite right here. This could have been the front side, I suppose, but it doesn't appear to be. Appears that this other side would be where the front is. All right, this is what we're looking at here. Now you can see the decomp fluid. You can start seeing some blood and all this, where things are kind of taking place here. Now, what we do see is we see decomp fluid. She was face down. We know this because you can see her legs, how it was all set up. So her leg was angled, her foot hanging out, right? We know that it was all the way up against this and hanging out. That's what was going on here. Now we can also see a few other things. We see there's blood down here. Now this is what makes this interesting. Well, exactly. If he's on his stomach at first, okay, that's how the decomp fluid. Now the tear, I think it actually occurred prior. Now we can take a look at that real quick. That's fine. Let's go ahead and let's take a look. Now, do those look like knife tears, or do those look like a dog was tearing at it? That's the question here. Now, I have somewhat of an answer here, because we can look at the fray in here. This is clean. If a dog was tearing at this with his claws, it's not going to go into a long rip. Next, you can go look at, well, dog bite. Dog could have grabbed this and just yanked, right? Was there any discussion about scavenging on the legs? The answer is no. Zero scavenging on the legs. It's hand and head. So for that rules out a dog biting over in this area. Okay. Plus this is very clean. This was done with a knife. After. This is not done with a knife, intensive. Let's stab him in the leg. Doesn't appear to be. If that was the case, there'd be a lot more blood in this area. This would actually be an area where it's thick with blood, and it's not. So this was done after. They grabbed his leg and they cut it. Whoever did this did. Unless that dog is Wolverine, it's not happening. And you can see this right here. That appears to be some animal scavenging, like tears with the potentially. Now we'd have to go look. We'd have to go and hear about the body. Was there any indication that Paley was scratching repeatedly to the point where it tore open his clothes and tore into him a little bit? No. Could this have been done with could this have been prior hole? More than likely, that's what this was. These were lounging pants for him. Is he going to be wearing pants like this around his daughter? Absolutely not. That exposes a lot on a guy. Okay. T-shirt itself has got a little bit of fraying on the back, it looks like. So this is the back area. Once again, this could have just been a lounging shirt. And there's, again, the white hairs on this guy, too. Can we just remove this? Go ahead and we can take a look at this. This is probably just a lounging shirt. Just a comfortable shirt. We're not seeing any fray in here. Right? So this is size we have to pay attention to on his. You also want to look underneath the arms. Right. Now, I'm not saying Paleo's fur would not be there. The white would be there potentially. Right? I think it would have a pretty high likelihood there would be some. But you got to look at the rest of his fur, and there would be a lot of that fur too. In fact, there would be more darker hairs. We know there are darker hairs there, but this isn't all paleo. Does not appear to be. But I can't fully rule it out that it could be. Then we got to look at the length of the hair. We know this is a shorter hair breed. Then we got to go and compare to paleo's length. Now, we can do all this from photos. This isn't a big deal. We can actually go and compare fur length. Okay. This could be paleo's, but this is at least a somewhat short-haired dog. This is not a very shaggy dog. This is a dog with fur that's probably pretty thick, but it's together, like a beagle or a Rottweiler or some kind of dog like this, where their fur is usually, they're not fluffy, right? I mentioned Rottweiler on purpose, don't worry. Not making any conclusions, of course. Not directly. But I do think that is a possibility, another dog. Well, let's get back to Camille. Do we see any fur on her? Right. Where's the fur on her? Then we also got the question of where's all the blood on her? Well, we know there is blood. There's no doubt about it, there's blood. But there's less on her than there is on David. Which is why people would also believe that, oh, David could have done this. Well, you got to look at the position of the blood. That tells a different story here. Okay. Now, could David and Renee have been out someplace, killed? It's a possibility. But why would David take Renee someplace in her pajamas? There's always the chance that maybe David was killed in those clothes. Right? We can tell that. Could Camille have just changed? She could have just been in her corset, for all we know. Well, mostly, right? That's where the most blood is. Do we see a whole lot of blood on our legs? No. Do we see any on her shirt? No. In fact, you could even argue this almost looks like bleach. Decomp fluid, bleach. Then you got these weird patterns here. What's up with these patterns? Does that really look like the carpet? No. So all we'd have to do is find out what these patterns are, right? You got long lines, and then you have these wavy lines. Long lines, and then wavy lines. Well, I'm going to take a look at the carpet. We go ahead and get carpet. Bring that up. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I've got this photo right here. That's a good question. Well, let me take a look. Let me take a look at that first. That's actually a good point. That very well could be. You know what? You're right. You are right. You're right. 100%. Good catch. So we're looking at, this is where this is coming from. This is going to be from this. Now this means this gave pressure. This was there. There was decomp fluid. At least. So that's where these lines came from. Which means the sweater is kind of pushed up, and this is kind of an angle. Do we see this anywhere else? And now this is important. Okay? Because this is going to tell you the position of where the clothes were and how they were set up. This also shows that she was on her right side, or her left side. This is where all the pressure was, is on her shirt, on the left side. So she was like this on this side. You can also tell because most of the decomp fluid is right there, which means her body, she was not in that position that she was in. Impossible for her to be the way she was lying, unless she seized. Now we know they had to shoot her 3 times. She was shot 3 times in the head. Medical examiner report says front to back and then back to front, I believe is what it was. Or back to front and then front to back, something like this. That's also an issue. We also find 3 bullet fragments with her DNA. How do we know this? Well, I can go over right into evidence information, and then we're going to look at bullet fragments. In fact, let me set that up so you guys can walk along with me on this. Bingo! That's another one right there. Go ahead, let's take a look at this information here. So, first we have, let's take a look at for nuclear DNA here for Kamel. What matches Kamel? Okay. Swab of apparent blood, the cell phone counter, or cell phone on the counter. Push keys from gun safe, matches all of them. Three bullets in the living room match Kamel. 42, 43, and 44. And they were consistent with bullets from the Winchester PDX-1 cartridges. 3 bullets. So she was shot 3 times. Maybe not in the head 3 times, but she was shot 3 times. Now, we can't prove for sure she was shot 3 times in the head, right? Medical examiner says, nah, 2 shots to the head. Okay. Well, she was on her left side, though. So either way. So she probably fell forward and kind of, hit something, and as she's coming back, her shirt got pushed up a bit. Right? Pushed up in a weird angle. Because her sweater, by this standard, would have had to have been like this. Now, this is the interesting part, because now, what does this line up with? This and this. This is the side she was laying on. Okay, so now we've got body positioning for her. She could have been propped up here a little bit on something. Well, we didn't see any blood anywhere. What could she be propped up on? Okay. It's just questions I have. We don't have necessary answers. All we have is, well, we know which way the decomp fluid went. And it's not even a matter of a question. This lines up perfectly. This here, that's right here. This here, that's right here. So we actually got the exact size. Now we also got blood here, we got blood here, we got blood here, blood here. Appears to be some blood back here, blood right in here. She was shot in the head twice. Exactly. So she was in the house when she was killed because we know that she was killed last. Because no mold. Hell, you look at the clothes. No mold. We got positioning of the legs. Well, exactly, but that's the thing. This would have been, if there was mold, they would have took note. Now, chances are she probably did have some mold, but we can already tell those other two, Renee was first. Then we got mold on David's clothes as well. We can see that too. It was not something that was documented, but we know there's mold. So this appears to be mold right here. We could even argue this could be possibly mold. Right all along in here. That's mold. We'd have to look at some other pieces, but let's bring up this part here. We'll take that shirt off and we're going to put this one on. That looks like mold to me. So, if he was on his back, or on his stomach first, decomp fluid, why would there be mold on his back first? We're talking, there's all sorts of different things that are going on because his body was moved after decomp began. We know this because, well, you can see the body positioning based on the clothes. He was sitting there for a bit in that specific position and then flipped. So they probably moved him. It's possible. That's definitely possible. But their bodies were sitting there for a second because he's left imprints in the clothes. And they stayed put, which means they were sitting like that for a bit to the point of it started to dry. To the point of it does look like it was dried on. So, let's move on to our last one, which is going to be, I'm going to go and save this for Kamel's. Last one we got is Rania. Oh, I forgot about this. Whoops, socks. That's the other one. We can also see decomp fluid. Now, the lighting on this is terrible, but you can see decomp fluid. It appears to match directly what we're talking about already. All right. So I'm going to go and put this over there, but it's just like the bracelets. We'll just have to go and... Oops. Chances are, here's our left sock, and here's our right sock. So... these here, and then we're going to go ahead and save that, and now we can get rid of this. Now we're going to move it onto this one here, and we're going to go and get other clothes. So we got Rania's. That's all there was, just these two. Pants on first. Same thing as usual. Let's go ahead and clear up the images a little bit, just that way we can use a good majority of it, or get rid of all the parts that are just excess. All right. Let's see, whoops. Probably right around there. We know that she was on her left side. That was already a given. So we already know which position she was in. But you've got either this is urine or this is decomp fluid. Either way, most likely urine is when, which means she didn't empty her bladder before. There's a lot of things that go into this too. So, which is it's unfortunate because then that occurs. So she defecated, and as she was dying, we know that if she was truly just on her side the whole time, there would have been decomp fluid all the way down, right? At least down to right around her ankle area. There is not. It's up to about her knee or just below her knee. Right around like that. So if I had to guess, it's probably about knee high. Then a little bit below the knee. Alrighty. Then we got the shirt. Now what's messed up is there's hair caught all up in that. Could it be her hair? Who knows? It does appear to be. Good enough for me right there. And there we go. So what matches with decomp is this right here. So there we go. Now we've got to see right here she was on her left side. However, there's this chunk here of her leg that we can't really account for. So she was kind of like leaning almost face down, but she was like, no, that's the thing. So this here, this is angled. They didn't put this perfectly, but this, the dog didn't eat the shirt. Nah. This is just, well, I mean, it could have been, but I think this is more torn out. We know the dog, whatever happened here, this whole shoulder was gone. So, I mean, the dog could have done some scavenging after. I'm not saying that's not possible. I think it's likely. But as for the actual shoulder action, I don't think that's how it was actually yanked out. Paleo would not have been able to do this. A Rottweiler or bigger dog, bigger, stronger dog could have. But Paleo couldn't. So if Paleo did this here, this is after the fact. So that's a possibility, but it also could have just been torn in the process. It could have just been just straight up just torn in the process, right? Now let's say it's also possible a person did this, right? Just yanked the arm out. So that's true. They yanked it out with the foot, maybe? And that's possible too. This, I mean, you can see fraying. So this could have been done with like a sawing action with a knife. It would have to be a pretty big knife or a saw. This is right here. There's some fraying here. This is a pretty clean cut. There's areas where it looks like pretty clean cuts. Right. So, just food for thought for some, right? But now we want to take a look at this here. Where's all the blood at? Got it up here. That makes sense that it's up here because arm is ripped out, blood leaks out, right? Except it's only up here. If this was done by the dog in that location, blood would have been all over on this. Well, exactly, but that's the narrative telling you that the dog did it, though, right? So this is just debunking the narrative here yet again. Dog couldn't have done it. Not the crime scene. Could have been upside down. Could have been at an angle. But even then, you are 100%. There's clean cuts here. Which brings up the knife. Why was the knife there? But then we also have to go and bring up the same thing. There's no blood at the scene, really, other than just some little splatter marks. Could these people have been taken from their home? And this is why? Could there have been something a lot more insidious going on? Why was Camille spared for so long? Why was Renia the first to go? Why did this even occur? But these bodies don't appear to have been right there. Like, that's not where they were. It doesn't appear that's where they were killed at. Could they have been killed, put somewhere else for a time, and then taken out at a certain time, so that way you can adjust the time of death? Possible. Then there's more questions, because then you got to look at, well, if the time of death is different because they're frozen, then we got to look at the growth rate of mold. This is dead meat that's not warm. This is cold. So it's come up to warm temperature. So does mold grow faster on something that's thawing or something that is cooling? Yeah, they would have had to been taken out of the house. They were in comfortable clothing. Renia was also in pajamas. This would have been at night. So no matter what, they were at least taken at night, or they were killed in the home at that night, or held against their will, whatever. Yeah, could have been early morning too. Very true. But it would have been when they're not expecting. They probably weren't expecting anybody. Or if they were, it would have had to have been somebody they're comfortable with. That's what this comes down to. So They could have cooked breakfast. They could have cooked dinner. We know it's one or the other. So, but then it's figuring out what time of day did this occur. And like I said, we have two options here. Morning or night. It wasn't midday. Had to have been somebody comfortable in the home. You know, so. Now, this gets into some questions as well. Some other questions. Normally, these types of things, they will tell you what type of clothing they were wearing. Right? To a T. And I do mean to a T. Kids will be excluded on some things, right? Generally, there will be some things excluded. They don't want to show off anything, like, for instance, undergarments, kids' undergarments, things like this. They don't want to show that because the pervs out there. But when it comes to adults, they'll usually say they were wearing this type of underwear. They were wearing a bra. They showed off David's underwear. What was he wearing? Boxers. Cry out loud. It's understandable we don't know what Renee was wearing. That doesn't matter. Anyways, it really doesn't. But what matters is with adults, because then this goes into Western society, okay? And what women are comfortable wearing, right? You're going to have, my guess, women like Kamel, probably would have, if she would have known somebody was coming over, would have got things on like a bra and things like this, would have got those things on. Just because she doesn't want another guy seeing her like that, right? There could have been multiple reasons. I know that. Notice there's women in my life that I do know that's directly kind of like their whole shebang. Like, yeah. So, just saying. Well, with kids, they will generally withhold things like this because of perverts. With adults, it's a different story. They don't. That's just kind of, well, it's FOIA'd. Kids, they'll still be able to withhold. And like I said, it's because of the perverts. But as pedophiles would be getting off on that like crazy, right? Pedophile elite, that's their kind of thing. So those assholes would have access to it because, well, they're pedophile elite. So, but us normal Joes, it doesn't matter anyways. It does not matter to this case. Now, it does matter, like I said, in Western society, it's a very, very common thing. Women will they want to make sure they're wearing underwear. They want to make sure they're wearing a bra. This is true. So, what I'm getting at here, though, is because in Western society, that's a thing. There was no bra documented. There was no underwear documented. Which means this is probably, with even family, women will generally, from what I've understood, women will generally, and I can't account for all women, I'm just saying from what my experience has been, women will generally, if there's somebody unexpected, okay, we caught them off guard. A lot of women will still drop what they're doing. They're going to go ahead, they're going to get themselves, fixed up in those areas, right? For sure, right? But then you've also got, and that's the thing, Camilla is very, very westernized, right? So she probably would have been that type of person. My guess is that way. So this is somebody that came over unannounced, for one, or they were already in the area. Maybe they announced themselves as they're like basically coming in. Okay, a lot of different things that could have gone on with that. But this is most likely somebody that was unannounced that they knew. Well, that's true too. But we know that she was also in comfortable clothing. And if you look at the photos we have of Camille when she's, like outside the house, she's dressed up. She's got makeup on, things like this. So she'll go and, she'll put things on to make sure, she's comfortable, while she's outside the house. She wants to make sure she's got all that stuff on. So David was the same way. Those types of clothes you wouldn't see him in outside the house. Those are comfortable lounging clothes. Okay. This is what we're looking at here. So now we have to look at patterns of culture in the area. We have to look at their manner of dress. outside the home versus inside the home. What do we know about that? Now we have photos of all of that. So when it comes down to this is either very late at night or this is very late in the morning, end of the day. This is not, they were leaving the house. They were trying to leave the house. Nah. Somebody came to them. And my guess is it was probably unannounced. Now there's only a few people we know that would be doing something like that. That David knows for sure. That is documented in his journal. We know that. There's only like a couple people. Like 1 or 2 people maybe. We know 1 at least. I'm not naming names though. But this is what we're looking at here. Kind of goes in that territory. So we're looking at somebody that was most likely unannounced. More than likely. And it was somebody they were comfortable with. Right, there's that too. This could have been somebody that was there. But thing is, we're also looking at if it was unannounced and comfortability and all this, end of the day, Kamel most likely would have been very, very comfortable with that person. So we'd have to find out which one of the people David and Kamel mutually knew that they were that comfortable with. They could have done this. And then you have to look at who has motive, who doesn't. Was this something that it was just like they heard something and just kind of came over and decided to do this? Was this multiple people? And we're looking at the death order, which is it was Kamel, or not Kamel, but Rania, David, then Kamel. So based on that alone, you know, somebody probably overpowered David, or they were able to get David into a position of vulnerability. Holding his daughter is one way to go and look at that. Now, this is where this comes into. Okay. As I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me go bring up the document now. Let's see. Being our PDFs. Where did I put that? Was it this in here? No. I'm curious as to where I put it. Couldn't be under crime scene, could it? Nope, body examination. Here it is. Perfect. Perfect. So now we got to look at which way did the bullet come from Kamel's head, or not Kamel, but Rania's head. Right to left. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look. Oops. I'm just going to bring that up so you guys can see it. Right here. Right to left. Leftward, downward, backward. It's almost like a magic bullet. Well, I'll get to that in just a second. And it does appear there are some white hairs, but there also appear to be brown hairs as well. And let me go ahead and I'll make a duplicate of this. Go ahead and multiply. Let's try doing a linear dodge. It does appear there's a ton of hairs on her. But because it's linear dodge, yeah, these looks like they're darker dog hairs. So the question is, why are there so many on David? Then we're looking at a white dog. So that's basically what that leads to the assumption here. Is there's not really any, there's no real any like white hairs on her. It looks to be more just like these look like they'd be like Paleo's hairs. Just zoom in. Like this could have been Paleo's hair. How do I know this? Because it goes from like white to like a darker color. Hair can do this, especially dog fur. So we're looking at hair. This is Paleo's fur. We know she had a relationship with Paleo. It's kind of an antagonization, but she loved the dog. She did. It was very clear. But she antagonized the hell out of him. So we got clean cuts here. We know this is all ruffled up here. Now we can also take a look at that. That's the other thing we can take a look at. Let's go ahead and multiply. You can see some things. Let's go over overlay, soft light. Let's see. There it is. Right. This looks to be Paleo. Trying to go and get to a position where we can actually get this. Actually. You can see it better right here. So, yeah, these are much, much shorter. We can actually go and take length on this and measure. And you can tell these are not, these are Paleo's hairs. This, no. No. I mean, well, shorter. These look like they could actually be shorter. So these are short, little, thick, stubby white hairs, which means this would have to be a short, stubby, white-haired dog. Not pointing any fingers here, which leads that to be one other person that we know of that they were comfortable with. There's really two people right now we're already seeing. Not naming names, though, of course. But you can see there's all sorts of, like, the shirt itself was ruffled. We know this because look at the blood. Now, right to left. This is right to left. So leftward, downward, backward. So basically what they're saying is they went like this. If we went right to left, wouldn't it go out this way? Bullets don't curve normally. Which means the only way this is possible, so it came from an angle and it had to have its speed reduced. And then basically all it would come down to is if it had an exit, which we know it did, it would have to go out through a soft spot. So which means if its speed is reduced, its kinetic force, right? Kinetic energy is drastically dropped. There's all sorts of different things that can drop it. So maybe if something was fired through. Right. No, so basically what this is doing, I'm just going to put this up like this. So, let's go ahead and there we go. There we go. That was distracting anyways. All right. So, let's get back into this. So, basically what they're saying is they went leftward, downward, and then backward. So it could have been out this way, which if you see the pictures of the bodies, it appears that's how it went. So if it went downward, which means this went all the way here, or maybe it was even up this way. We know it came right. Had to hit something that was rounded for it to be able to go down. Now you also got to look at the viscosity of the blood, the thickness of the blood, and then the brain matter. So this is all, it's all going to be within that range where this is going to be slowing it down, and it's still going to be enough to go out through this area here. So basically, at this point, it hit something that was concave, came down, and then out. So it could have been something like probably something like this way, hit somewhere over here, and then bounced downward, and then out. It's most likely what happened, right? So it, like I said, had to have enough kinetic force, enough energy to pierce through the skull, but then it would have had to have lost it. So it had just enough, just so that it was able to go through, and then they would have had enough resistance going through brain matter that if it, by the time it hit the other side of the skull, which would have been very long, it would have had to been drastically reduced, that it was maybe able to damage the inside of the skull a little bit, but not right. Exactly. And then you have to be looking at things like, for instance, what's going to go and cause resistance. Well, this mushrooms out. These types of bullets, when they mushroom out, now you're looking at speed reduction. So that kinetic force, it drops. And it drops quick. When it starts going through something, all of a sudden it just doesn't... It's losing its force real quick. If you had something like a Full Metal Jacket, right? So, you know, armor-piercing rounds, things like this. Those types of things, they're built so when they go through, they keep the shape, majority of the shape itself. It'll start to kind of, it can break down the more it goes through things, but right, there's that too. Okay, so there's a lot of different factors we're looking at. So we're looking at math, how this happened. So this had to hit a part of the skull that was basically was able to hit, but then it's got to be able to bounce downward. So we're looking at hitting the bottom of a curve, right? So it's got to be most likely the other temple area. Well, yeah, it's definitely softer. So, and then it's got to be able to hit some kind of a curve, the bottom of a curve, so that way it can bounce downward, but it's going to be able to hit another curve. It's going to allow it to shoot out throughout a soft tissue underneath like the jaw lines. I believe that's where it was at. Let me take a look just to be on the safe side. No, wrong one. Yeah. So that's basically what we've got tonight. Right. Let me bring that up real quick. So when it came to Rania, bullet-wise, we have to look at which ones were hers. I don't remember exactly which bullet was. Let's see. Where are the bullets or fragments? Bullet that fell out of the rug. That's item 53. She had one bullet. So we're not we don't know directly where that was found. which sucks because we knew where that was found. We can actually go and gauge where the bullet came out of, because they don't tell us. They just say right to left, downward and backward. Now, we know if we look over, let me show this off real quick. But looking over here, we see this area is a little more concave, right? Or, yeah, concave, or convex. So, from the outside, it's concave, of course, but from the inside, from the bullet's perspective, this is most likely what it hit. Hit this part. Okay, so we know it went... bullet exit is postericular temporal bone. So are we looking at for that? Well, here's some soft area. Here's articular tubercle. So post-auricular. So let's go ahead and let's look that up right here. And this also looks like it's the temple. It's temporal. You know, what do we call them? Temple. So we're going to load this 3D model and take a look. It's from the Neurosurgical Atlas. And because it's post-auricular, it's got to be on the outside. Take a look and see if we can find it. Parietal articulation, temporal bone, squamous. So this is getting pretty close. Here's the temporal bone right here. Hence the temple, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. This shows you where this is at. Let's load this 3D model and take a look. If this will load. So you can see this isn't very thick skull here. It's the temple. But when people, when they're touching this, it's right next to the eye, which is right here. That's really soft. There's a lot of like flesh here. Flesh and muscle. Okay. Ear is going to go, see the jaw is right here, the cheekbone. So here's where the ear canal is, or it's right here. Whoops. Oopsies. if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here it is. Here's where the ear canal is. So your ear is right here. So what was that called? Auditory. Well, what do we got here? Well, exactly. If it's white matter too, that's in the brain. So could this have just come out of, maybe did it break down some of the, I don't know, skull, or like come out of the skull like this? Well, there's soft stuff in here. Protects the brain. Right in here you have some stuff that's possible to get into the brain. And now we got to look at, like I said, there's some things, like I said, you have to look historically. How do you get the brain from the nose? Now, why does that matter? Well, think about it this way. Ancient Egyptians did it, right? They were able to go and get to the brain through the nose. I'm pretty sure all they were doing is they were puncturing a small little bone. That's how they were able to go and pull the brain out. But I digress. So we're looking for something soft. Well, could that have been an area where it came out of? Could it have come out of her nose? That's what I'm getting at here. Tried to go backward, but it really, they can't prove it. They didn't know where it was at. They already say there is an exit, which is a post-articular temporal bone. Post-auricular, okay, it's going to be outside near the ear. Somewhere like right here, I believe. The meatus right here. So we're looking somewhere over here, came out of basically. But it's temporal bone, so it had to have come from this area. How do we know? Squamous temporal. What does it say here? Temporal bone. Post-auricular, near the ear. So we're just breaking down what it means here. Post-auricular means outside, because we have post, and then auricular is going to be right there. So that's what we're looking at here. Most likely came out the ear, but it's a possibility. Could it have just fallen out of here? It could have had a hole here, but it's somewhere in this area. It's where they're saying this. And I only take what they say with a grain of salt because, well, all I got to really do is just go over here. What does this say here? Bullet trajectory. Okay. Left to right, back to front. Oh, what did they change? Front to back. This is done by somebody else, sure. So we're looking at consistency here, consistency here. This is pretty inconsistent here. This already shows that. But I digress. But this is what we have. Now, based on what we were talking about last night, she was also, just for the blood there, we know that her blood would have taken longer to coagulate. Why? Because of aspirin. Salicylate. We know she was positive of that. I mean, she had taken it. So just to answer that question from last night, which I was curious about, is I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Which, did she take aspirin or not? I couldn't remember off the top of my head. This confirms it, yes, through her examination. Now, this is the part I want to go and make very clear here. Throat slitting. This is where this, all of this, right? Just gonna go like this. All of this would take into consideration of that. Throat wasn't slit. They would have said something here. This is where they would have said something. When they're looking at the actual internal examination, they would have said there it was cut. Clear cuts. There's nothing. Entered the temple, came out the skull, near the ear. Yes. Yes. 100%. So that's basically what we're looking at here. But throat slit, no. And we know that, like I said, we can already go back over this. You can go and she died, right? She was shot. Now, she wet herself. Now, how David was holding her is not going to matter. So now you got to go and match certain things up. Would this urine have appeared on David? Yes, it would have. So we got to go and find out, well, that's if that part of her was on David at all. Could we be looking here? Well, no, because that'd be the same side. That doesn't really match. So it would have to be on this side. Could have been on his shirt. Well, and that's exactly it. But the thing is, we can already go and deduce based on this. Could his throat have been slit? Throat slits, there's a lot more blood than this. It dumps out quite a bit. This is him holding somebody. So then we got to go and take this in consideration here. The white shirt's going to bring up a lot more. This is from holding somebody. If you were to go and match this with Renea's, whoops, that's where that all comes into. He was holding her. She was shot in the head. She would have been bleeding. What happens? Now, could he have been holding her? Well, yeah, it would have to be, because he couldn't have been holding Camille. So, but that's what this comes down to. Well, like I said, I can't definitively knock that out of the ballpark and say, yeah, it's not possible. His throat wasn't cut. I can't. However, that being said, you have to look at the consistency of things here. And that's where this comes into. So, but that is all I have for tonight. So I have the podcast to finish getting that ready. And then, in fact, I might just do that tomorrow morning just to get that done, or have this going and uploading, or getting that all completed while I go to sleep and then wake up and first thing just time that out. Probably that's how it'll go. So we'll just go ahead and we're going to go do, I don't know if I want to do another stream tonight. Screw it, we're going to do it. We're going to do another Scrolls stream here in about 20 minutes. So those that are interested in my gaming streams, just want to hang out. Oh, of course. Anytime. But anybody that's interested in that, yeah, stick around. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. So thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you guys